Good evening, Palmer. You are currently live.
Oh, cool, cool, cool. Alrighty. Let me, how's everybody doing today? Hopefully, staying awake, I imagine. Are we, you're just ready whenever?
Yeah, sure. Oh, it's the looped out or somewhere. But yeah, just say when I gotta start the timer. I start it on according to the stream.
Okay. Well, my name is Professor Palmer. This Vape Nation. No, I got nicotine sticks. We should be fine. But, yeah, we'll get started and I'll explain the run as I go because there's a lot of Japanese to explain. So, we can start the timer on go, if that's alright with you. So, 1, 2, 3, go. Neat. Got to turn yourself up. Really? Do I need to? Oh, jeez. There we go. Is this our first game in Japanese? Nah, I don't know, man. I don't know. I've been asleep. I'm not gonna lie to you guys. I imagine so. This is London Seirei Tantei-dan. It was released in um, Japan only by Bandai Namco. Well, Bandai Namco published it. It was developed by a company called Unit. This is the only thing they ever did. It's super beautiful though. Really, really interesting. I like it a lot. It's really a shame that it didn't get released over here, considering it's a lot better than a lot of the crap I've played in the past. So, like, there's the games that came to America that I played. Is the volume super low? I can change it. Volume for the game or the volume for me? Oh no. So we got the bad RNG seed, which means that Young Ghost is going to be harder. It's about 30 minutes into the run. But as you can see, it's your standard turn-based RPG. It's entirely in Japanese. It's got tons and tons of like interesting animations and intricacies and the weapons and the equipment and whatnot, but I'll kind of explain some of the story as we go real quick, just because we have a little bit of downtime. Volume for me. Yeah, I can absolutely do that. Sorry. Let me make it closer to me and turn my audio up a little bit. Alright, mic volume has been turned up. Is it better or worse?
Hi, welcome to Australian Internet.
Oh, what's going on? You can go ahead and introduce yourself as well, if you feel like.
Sure. I'm Lilligram. I'm helping commentate. I run Vagrant Story, which is a terrible game. You should never run it.
Okay, so basically in this game, you start off as a young orphan boy. The man that we, or the kid that we were just controlling here, this young lad with the satchel, and his name is just Boy. The game didn't give him a name. You name him right off the bat, and we named him, I believe, just the letter A, and that's what we'll stick with. But you start off as him. You're a young orphan in the streets of Victorian-era London, and it's really, really interesting because this, scene takes place where this guy wants to steal our bread from us, so we beat him up. And this very, very esteemed detective rolls in, and he says, "Wow, I was really impressed with how you beat that guy up." And he adopts us. He just takes us home with him. It's Edgeworth. Everybody says that, man. Everybody says that. I will turn the desktop audio up a little bit, see if I can get Instagram to come up a little bit louder.
One day you'll call me by my name.
Nah. Alrighty. So, we just escape right here. Yeah, basically, he's adopted us, and now we live in his attic. Everett is a very, very interesting character, or Edgeworth, or whatever. I turned the volume way up, so hopefully it's loud enough now. They'll figure it out in 4 hours. Exactly. It's not a big deal. So, Everett picks us up. He adopts us. He is basically like the king of the police and detectives in New York City. Like, he's very, very well known, super reputable detective, a celebrity of sorts, highly respected. So for him to adopt us is a big deal, but he immediately enlists us and says, you know, I think we can use your energy to solve some of the cases that, you know, I might not have time for or might fall by the wayside because I don't have an assistant. And we create the London detective team, which is, you know, basically just us at this point. King Emo cut, throwing the shade.
Hopefully I'm loud enough now.
Yeah, hopefully it's better. I did adjust it just a tad. This guy right here is a very important character as well. This man right here is the Spectre. Right now he's William Blake, which is just his, you know, his secret identity or whatever. But basically how it works is Everett, your detective adoptive father, is on one side of the fence, and then on the other you have Spectre, who is basically the evil master thief, a legend. Him and Everett have been basically chasing each other for years and years and years. Classic cat and mouse scenario. But in this game, he's actually not a bad guy. So we'll come to explain that as it happens.
And he has one of the best tea drinking sprites.
Yeah, he does. He really does.
What are these sounds?
Yeah, this for some reason this first day I always I call all my splits days for some reason. This first like little chunk I always mix up the houses because you go in between the houses like 5 times, and it's something I struggle with. No child labor laws? Nah, come on. Child labor laws. You know, we went from living on the road, so I'm assuming that it's an equal opportunity situation. But this young girl right here, her name is Aries, and this little baby that follows us around, his name is just Partner. But we will be referring to him as Buddy, and the main character as Jimmy. Aries we'll just call Aries. The reason for that is when I first found the game, there's one video on YouTube that explains it at all, and that's the names he used for the characters, so that's kind of what I stuck with. And yeah, the incentive for Tea with Spectre will be coming up here in the next 2 or 3 minutes, so I'll give you another heads up. But you know, time is ticking, my friends.
Yeah, you have me to blame for routing that out, actually.
Yeah, exactly. That Lily found that we don't actually. I used to go and have Tea with Spectre as part of the run, and then she came to me and said that it wasn't actually necessary. So saves about, you know, a minute or something like that, I'd imagine. Yeah, the character models in this game are awesome. The party is kind of dynamic. It changes quite a bit, and it's not up to you. You know, they pretty much just change all the time. You know what? I think I did it wrong. Which would not be a surprise. We're just gonna struggle through this. The game gets more interesting, but the beauty of it is that all the art is super interesting. The boss fights are all very, very unique and really cool. And each thing has its different mechanic. Each character actually has 3 different weapons. Each weapon doing a different thing. Each weapon having a regular attack as well as specials. No, I did do it right. This is the roof. Like, nobody has any idea that I did that wrong because nobody's ever seen this game before. And it's a shame that it never received an English, even a fan translation, but apparently even in Japan where it was released, it didn't do, you know, incredibly well. Which is surprising because I've played a lot of JRPGs that are like significantly worse. Nighttime. There we go.
Yeah, I was still surprised to find a copy of this in Japan when I was there.
Yeah, but it was hard, wasn't it? Didn't it take you longer than most?
Yeah, I found it at pretty much the last store I went to in Tokyo.
Not running a game, why am I surprised? It's alright. It only loses us a little bit of time. And the world record in this game is actually free as can be. So... that's true. That's fair. That's fair, Shaded Knight. What company made this? It was developed by a company called Unit, and it was published by Bandai Namco.
Yeah, although you wouldn't ever know that it was developed by anyone other than Bandai Namco.
Yeah, the screen.
Because even on the game's CD, it looks like it's made by them.
So here is the Spectre. You're gonna have to go ahead and cut off and give me the results for the T with Spectre. We'll go ahead and do that now. So Spectre right there. While I'm waiting for those results, he's a legend. Like it's hard to explain like his Everett and his weight in the community, but when people see him, they're terrified. But that's how legendary he is. He's basically like a supervillain. This game was an absolute unit, yeah.
So the incentive was not met for T-Ting Spectre?
Dope. Saves me some time. It's a shame you guys won't get to see it, but maybe in the future. Because it is comical, but I won't even have to explain it now. So what happens is Spectre is on the roof, and to catch you up a little bit while we have some downtime, he comes to you and he says, "Hey, listen, I know you were recently enlisted by Everett to, you know, solve crimes and, you know, ultimately we'll be enemies as a result." He says, "But I want you to know that there's bigger things going on right now. There's an evil that we both need to fight, an enemy that is a mutual enemy to us. And his name is the Man of Steam. And I've been hearing things about what he's going to do in London. And I just want you to know that we need to put our differences aside to defeat this guy." And you basically say, okay. And you're interrupted by Ares' father, who is sees Spectre out the window and goes into shock because he's just that legendarily horrifying.
So you went by T now, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, we just got the donation for the tea party.
Oh,
15 bucks.
I'm ashamed. I don't. Unfortunately, I don't.
But yeah, we're gonna throw it instead to fighting Spencer. So that's met instead.
We are fighting him.
Yes, it's about $15. So we put it on that instead.
All right, perfect. Because that's actually hella dope.
Okay, good luck, mate.
So, but yes, can we use our imagination? Yeah, absolutely. I use my imagination for some of it, I'm not going to lie. Basically, the translation that exists for this game is what myself, Lily, some other people in my chat basically came up with as we routed and ran the game, on my channel. There's not a whole lot of content besides what exists on like a couple of videos in Nico, and that is what it is. So the game is relatively unknown, even in the area it was released, which is a shame. And it's really, really awesome. I think it's one of the best hidden gems I've ever played as an RPG. Like I said, I've played RPGs significantly worse than this game by miles. So it's a little bit sad that it didn't reach at least a fan translation that put something together, but it does have a lot of side quests and little side mysteries that you can solve that I imagine would be tedious to translate. But as far as how we know the story, it's basically Lily and Chrono and some other people were in chat. We just translated the blocks with a Google picture app and the loose Japanese that some of us knew. Yo, what's going on, Ben? Kios, my man.
Hey, Kios.
So Everett pretty much just makes us do work while he reads the newspaper. You're gonna see him doing that a lot. Basically, Ares has now been forced to join us. Ares, his character, has a huge crush on Everett because she wants to be a detective as well, and he's the legend, you know, the GOAT, if you will. Oh, I did it wrong, I think. No, I did it right. I'm pretty sure. Whatever. I don't have my notes open. I'm just gonna wing it. Worst case scenario, we lose like a minute in the whole run. It's not a big deal. We'll come in underestimate no matter what. Trust me. Unless we die to Young Ghost. In that case, I don't know what we're gonna do.
Just don't forget to pick up the revives.
Yeah. If my current marriage doesn't work out, you trying to get hitched? I'm kind of cursed as far as marriages go, but yeah, man, whatever floats your boat. So at the beginning of every little episode, we'll be starting off in our room. So you'll see our attic room just a little bit. It comes up here and there, but I'll kind of explain what Ares does as we go now. She joins our team, and she's in our party most of the time. The mechanic in this game that works a certain way is it kind of like helps you with EXP based on who is not in your party, and I'll explain that as it becomes more relevant later on. But currently it's just Jimmy and Ares, and Ares has a mega horn and a umbrella, and on a variation of the second one. So what she does is she is mostly like she has a higher magic stat. She actually has a relatively high defense stat as well. But you'll get to see her little umbrella animations here. She is the person who is probably my most consistent as far as like I use her a lot for healing items and things like that, as she is the most resilient in most cases.
She also stays in the party the longest, apart from the main character.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of a time when she's not in the party, and I really can't think of one. I guess there's a couple of times when we just have Buddy, especially like on the last days.
Yeah, which is really curious because we utilize the fact that people come in and out of the party. Her level doesn't really ever rise that much.
Yeah, exactly. That's very true.
But she is still so defensive.
She takes very little damage from a lot of stuff, and it's very relaxing to see her take most of the damage in boss fights, because I can just pretty much not care at that point. She's a resilient gal. So right here, you're going to be seeing some Buddy action.
Buddy has the best scenes in the game.
Yeah, but Buddy is pretty much the, I think without a doubt, the most well-liked character, at least amongst the community I have in my channel. Quote 1. Mega Man Battle Network. Yeah, I believe that somebody has told me about that in the past. I hear the Mega Man Battle Network. I hear all the time that Everett looks like Edgeworth. I'm not familiar, so I'll just have to take your guys' word for it. I did see that one picture, and I guess he kind of, at least the suit is similar, right? I think Edgeworth has black hair.
How do you not see that resemblance?
I've just never played it. So this is one of the dungeon scenes in the game. The issue with the dungeons in this game is that they're kind of samey. Some of they kind of like look very similar to one another. And that's really my only huge complaint about this game. Like, they could have spent a little bit more time solving that issue. But, you know, it is a small development company. I'm sure they didn't have tons of hours and funds to be able to put together amazing stuff all the time, so. The baby just... Yeah, so, the battles in this game, they are while they are random, they oh, hold on a second. I think I should have probably gone to the left. But the battles in this game are random. However, they can only take place on screens that are big enough to house them, similar to like Breath of Fire 3. And the good thing is that when you do take fights, you can immediately run away. There's no RNG. It's 100% guaranteed. And usually, you get the first turn in most fights. Man, this encounter rate is pretty bad right now.
Yeah, and like Breath of Fire 3, you can utilize the edges to avoid fights. However, unlike Breath of Fire 3, there are no characters with large enough hitboxes to really take use of it. That sound again. Are you, like, purposely running into all of these encounters?
Yeah, no, I don't know what's happening. The way the game works, it's kind of odd, is if you hit if you kind of just stay in place. Oh man, that was wrong. If you stay in place for long enough, the next step you take is almost like a guaranteed encounter. It's really odd in the way it works. So if you're not holding a directional movement, you're like really likely to take a fight as soon as you do start moving. But usually we don't see this many encounters. This is kind of crazy, but I'm hoping that the encounter rate means that I will have a good young ghost.
So what you're saying is this is all RNG manipulation?
Exactly. Typically, young ghost goes terribly. Gosh. And she's the most difficult part of the run. I mean, there's basically two ways it can go, and I think I'm prepared 100% for both now. Oh, that's not good. We'll have to figure out where I made my mistake. I'll have to return to the 2-pump room. Should only take a second. Generally speaking, I've made it through here with 0 encounters before. It's definitely something you can do. The game works on like kind of seeded RNG as far as like how encounters go. And there's pretty much 2 seeds in the whole game, and I can tell which one I'm on based on how the very first scene goes. So fortunately enough, that's what I thought, man. I know I didn't screw that up. Maybe I didn't hit the single pump. Making mistakes? I'm not actually making mistakes. This is all actually how the route goes. You guys just... Nobody's ever seen the game, so nobody will ever know.
Yeah, the seeded RNG is really noticeable when you play an emulator, because you see it every single time.
Yeah, for sure. And loading save states and stuff. That's why when I routed this game, I didn't make a ton of save states, because it pretty much shakes one of 2 different ways. And when that happens, you can pretty much spot exactly what you're doing when you're doing it. Let's go check this
You're
again.
sure you've played this game before, right?
Yeah. Alright, cool. I got it situated now. I had to reset it. I don't know where my error came from. I guess that when I hit the pump for the first time, the sleepy time scrub status, yeah, no doubt. I think I need to turn this one off. So
But hey, soon you'll have a physical copy.
yeah, exactly. Stoked about that, honestly. These encounters are pretty bad, though. It's kind of getting annoying. Oh!
Yeah.
But the battle music in this is great. The battle animations are incredible. Those tubes are relatively hard to get yourself into. And
Yeah, the hitbox on those are really finicky.
yeah, and they're strange. If you hit them from behind, sometimes you have a higher chance of getting into the tube than if you hit it like dead on. Yeah, that wasn't turned. How about that? But yeah. Parasite Eve, 100% and blindfolded. Both ways I decide to spend my time, I guess. Cool, we should be straight as can be now. No worries, we lost a couple minutes, but it's not gonna change our estimate whatsoever. We'll go to the left one. These
Yeah, seems like we lost Professor Palmer. His computer crashed or something. So, what we gotta do is put on some background music and then we return once Palmer works again. Stay tuned.
But then I don't know what happened. I guess just like my internet dove or something, or one of the bands on my router did at the very least. Apologize.
Well, I got on again.
Yeah, go ahead.
Let's see. Oh yeah, I had paused. How is that doing?
That's totally fine, man.
Sure, I'm starting it again. Take it
Yeah.
away.
Alright, cool. We're good to go then, yeah?
Yep. Timer's going now.
Perfect. Well, I apologize for that, everybody. I don't know, I'm not really sure what just happened. This, now all of a sudden, though, the world record is invalidated. If I can just get those pesky leaderboard mods to approve it.
Joke is funny for reasons that no one else will understand.
Yeah. It's a little bit sad. Hopefully we were
really
back. I
is.
apologize, everybody. Hopefully nobody was too alarmed. We will get to see this beautiful game in all its glory. I couldn't sleep easy knowing that people did not see the manta ray. So,
Oh god.
yeah, we're
I'm
talking
just
about
sad that
Paris.
I can't hear anything.
It is You don't hear anything?
Can't hear the game because I've got it muted.
Oh, okay, perfect. Perfect. Just for manta ray. But you know, it's funny. We did mention Parasite Eve and everything crashed. So, is there a correlation? Probably. Probably
Well,
so.
I mean, the internet at DreamHack did go out, so...
Yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy. Everything Parasite Eve. You know, it's also funny. My RPGLB run had the internet go down. So, maybe it's me.
Oh
Maybe
yeah, it did too.
Maybe I'm the problem. Maybe my ex-wife was right. But anyways, we are now going to be dealing with young Ghost here pretty shortly. Not too big a deal. She's I'm almost positive that I am 100% prepared for her. We'll see how it goes. We'll save before just to be safe. I actually had never saved the game before until I practiced earlier today. And interesting. I had to teach myself how to do it. So Buddy right here is, I'll kind of explain his story as we go along. Young Ghost, however, will take the priority. So basically all these people are gathering because there is a professor who has made some groundbreaking discoveries and whatnot. And we're all gathering at this theater. I think she's performing a play, something of the like. Regardless, doesn't really matter. Have to talk to this lady on the couch. I'm not really sure what her deal is. She just kind of sits there looking like that all the time. And this is the one time that you need one text box out of her to progress the story. So, there's that. But we go up here, and Aries won't enter our room because we're a boy, and she doesn't like boys. But we gotta go talk to the Spectre again, who basically introduces us to young Ghost in one way, shape, or form. She has a really great sprite. But she is essentially his number 2, kind of like we are Everett's number 2. Here's Spectre drinking some tea. You missed out on the full-blown Spectre tea scene earlier, but I apologize for the confusion on that donation. So hopefully we fight, and that is even better in my opinion. So maybe I am Eve. It's possible. But now he pretty much tells us what we need to know. He gives us this thing that we need to basically go and give to Ghost. But we got to go stop her from doing a theft. She is very clumsy. What she does is she will constantly be trying to steal things, break into places, and get caught all the time just to make her escape right at the very end. Most of the time without the thing she was trying to steal. So she's just a little bit dramatic. She's kind of a spectacle. But she's very, very entertaining to watch. Now you'll notice Buddy here. He says he won't go in with us. And the reason for that is he hates the police. So, no other explanation. He's an orphan boy. Him and the police, apparently, they don't get along too well. So anytime there are police on a scene, he will not be joining us. And that actually happens quite frequently.
This is one of my favorite scenes.
Yeah, this scene is lewd. This is actually like the only text auto-scrolling part in the whole game too, so I get like a brief 15 seconds of freedom. I was out of coffee, so I just brewed hot water, hoping that it would trick my body into being coffee. It's not really going well. But here we go, with this fire character music. Young Ghost in all her beauty and glory. She pulls this lady close to her, gives her a kiss on the lips. The crowd goes wild, and then she steals her jewel.
One might say she steals a kiss.
Yeah. Young Ghost is sick. All the sprites in this game are really awesome, man. I like them a lot. But now we gotta go fight her, and let's hope that it goes well. I'm gonna go ahead and save right here. For some reason, the save screen takes forever, but not nearly as long as Parasite Eve's.
Or Vagrant Story for that matter.
Ooh. Yeah, it's crazy that these old PS1 games do have issues with loads, and especially like in their save menus. Considering the amount of time that you'll be using them, wow. Yeah, I can't read Japanese if you guys aren't aware, so bear with me. But this is the only real reset point in the run. It shouldn't take place, so we're gonna be fine no matter what. That may have been the saddest thing I've ever heard. No hand holding. It's good to see you guys, by the way, man. All my usual viewers. It's a pleasure. It means a lot to me that you guys showed up to see this incredible game. So let's go up and deal with Young Ghost real quick. Now I'm probably going to have to pay really close attention to this. So if you don't hear me talking, enjoy it. Take a moment. Okay. So now I went and bought Jimmy's weapon, and it's an oh nice. It's an upgraded weapon that makes that attack right there do a lot of damage, and as a result, we will pretty much be using only that attack with him. think I can get sniped from 28. He says as he gets sniped from 28, I'm sure.
Yeah, but I have to put up with you too, King.
What's the play here? This is gonna be a challenge. I actually think I'm dead. So it's a good thing I saved. I think she gets 2 turns off. Yeah. That's fine. Good thing we saved here then. Holy lord. So that's an unwinnable situation right there. Because you can't actually heal. So we'll get this sick game over screen, which most people don't get to see, but it is what it is. Complete with Buddy. So here you go. You get to see that Bandai did in fact create the game or produce it, and Unit. Oh man, yeah, it's a bad fight. Hopefully my RNG doesn't stay seated and we can progress past it without much issue. If I need to, I can just play a little bit differently. Rip Buddy, he will be missed. Yeah, Buddy is the truth, man. He is probably the hardest carry of the run later on. Oh god, do I really have to do the whole scene again? No.
Excellent.
Excellent.
Pretty terrible time loss.
Oh yeah, it would be bad. You were already quite behind, but it's okay.
I mean, all you have to do is go faster, right?
Yeah, exactly. Not terribly. Hey, man, that one was out of my hands. That one was out of my hands. Let's see what she opens with. Okay, it's us first. If she misses on Jimmy, it's not good. Oh, okay, perfect. So this is actually a good seed here, then. I feel a little bit better about this. And we're just going to play it super, super safe, super calculated. That's kind of how you have to do Young Ghost. Because we are at kind of a low level for this, I mean, we should have taken some encounters up until this point. The game struggles with, or at least we struggle with this fight. Later on, though, the game does actually help you to level up more quickly, which is super nice. And I'll explain that mechanic kind of as Buddy joins the party, because that's when it's really, really noticeable. Buddy is basically, if you're familiar with Chrono Trigger and the Wonder Shot ability, Buddy, all his abilities kind of work that way. They're high accuracy, but their damage can range anywhere from like the damage on those can range anywhere from like 1 damage to like multiple hundreds. So sometimes like the run is a little bit dependent on, or at least on optimizations and fights, just kind of on what Buddy chips out. We'll do this. Excellent. Now, like I said, each character has 3 different weapons. Each weapon has 3 different attacks, as you can see here, and then there's specials for each as well. So there's tons and tons of things you can do, but primarily there is a lot of and she's dead. Dope. Woo! We made it. Thank gosh. But primarily there are a couple of things that I'll just be using on each character as they, realistically do the most damage consistently. Buddy, however, is the only one you'll see me probably alternate stuff just a tad between. And the reason for that is just because sometimes he just misses it, or he just rolls really, really low a ton, and I just need damage to finish a fight off or what have you. So now we have stopped Young Ghost. Spectre comes and he says, sorry about this, and he basically takes her with him. And then she dipsets. He pretty much just says, let's go. She gives the item back, in fact, that she stole. We come down and give it to the cop. And then people cheer us on as if we are heroes. So we take a bow. At least Ares does. Jimmy just stands there and stares at people. There's emptiness inside of him. And we go to Everett, who cannot be bothered. Basically puts his newspaper away and says, "Oh, what? What happened? That's fine." And we move on to episode 4. Now, I like this episode a lot, because this is where you're introduced to Virgil, who is, without a doubt, the most broken character in the entire game. He's insanely good. And because he's very rarely in your party, you don't actually, level him or anything like that too much, which just proves that, like, even casually, he was meant to be, like, kind of broken. But now we gotta go to the bank. Because every time we complete a mission, we get a reward for it. However, it's not immediately given to us. Everything is deposited in the bank.
Virgil, by the way, has the best theme music as well.
Yeah. So basically, they're like, here's $9,000. And we're like, hell yeah. Sick.
Town.
Yeah, same thing. It's all the same, right?
Not according to the Australian dollar, it's not.
Yeah, the Australian. Oh, you mean that paper stuff?
I think Monopoly money is worth more than the Australian dollar right now.
I'm gonna go talk to this cop really quick, just to be safe. I don't think this is something you actually have to do when I was translating, but for some reason, I have it in my route, which makes me think that, like, better be safe than sorry, you know? Anyways. So we talked to that cop. That blue-haired guy we met right there, he was, his name is Virgil, and he is a playable character that will join us here pretty briefly. And we only have him like a handful of times in the whole game. And every time we do, it's amazing. But typically he replaces Buddy. I don't think there's a single time when we have Buddy and Virgil. Which is a shame, because it would be, obviously way more effective if we could have them both and just replace Ares, or even Jimmy for that matter. But we're about to hit the greenhouse, which is without a doubt the best music.
I never realized that you never have Buddy and Virgil at the same time.
Yeah, it's unfortunate.
I wonder if that's because Buddy would probably be able to tell.
Yeah, it's possible. It's possible. So this abandoned house is where Virgil resides. I love this song. I'm not talking because this is just absolutely the greatest song you'll hear in the whole run. Fortunately, we will get to hear it a couple more times. Pretty much anytime there's anything dealing with Virgil, we'll hear it. It's Virgil's theme, and man, it's amazing. It's amazing. I love that song. It's like one of the few songs I've ever gone and like looked at a video game soundtrack and listened to, like, for funsies. I think greenhouses are called greenhouses primarily because the plants are green, I would have to imagine. That's what I'm going with.
That's a good question. I honestly don't know.
So here we climb some boxes. We attempt to climb some boxes. No, we don't. I was hoping I could skip this interaction, but there we go. So Virgil is very mysterious. We don't know a whole lot about him at this point in the run. We don't know a whole lot about Virgil, until the very, very end of the game, in fact. And he contains most of, like, the crazy, crazy plot elements. So I'll kind of get into that as we go, but unfortunately, if I talked about it now, it would be too much of a spoiler. Is this what I want to do? Yeah. No, it's not. I want to save my AoE damage items right now. Typically, you know what? We'll do that. Typically, we have more than enough, but I just want to be extra safe because for every one that you get extra, it saves us probably 10 to 20 seconds, depending on what our random encounter rate is like with slimes a little bit later on. So right here, I'm going to heal. Ooh, I guess we'll use one of these. It's very important to heal here. Just to make this fight a little bit easier. And if I have both of my AoE items that I typically have at this point, it makes this next fight a little bit easier, which is the Yin Yang Spirits. We have Virgil for this fight though, so you'll get to see him in all his majesty. He is a summoner, mage type, and really, really interesting guy. And I made an adjustment to this strat just recently. So this fight should go a little bit more quickly than it usually does.
More quickly?
Yep. I'm from America, that's correct. There we go. And I'll save my AoE item in case I see heal. Oh, nice. So that ability, it does damage twice and then heals you once. I don't know why it's a thing in this game. It's kind of silly, but, you know, it is what it is. So we'll do this here. We will, pretty sure this kills. And then we're in really good shape. So we're actually going to save quite a bit of time on this, what it looks like. Very nice, very nice. So one thing that I hadn't mentioned is that position in this game does make a difference. As you can see, oh, you know what? I'm gonna keep that. As you can see, like characters move when they do certain attacks, and then based on like positioning, if you don't have room for your character to move to do this next attack, you won't be able to do that attack. So in certain situations, it does play a really, really big factor. Not enough for me to try to position advantageously 100% of the time, but enough for me to, you know, for it to slow down certain fights in certain cases. Cool, and that's it. So we were, dang, we saved over 1.5 minutes on that. And that is the Yin Yang Spirits. So that's the first introduction of Virgil you get right there. As you can see, he's ridiculous. Just ridiculous. He, there's no way we'd be able to win that fight without him. He is crazy, crazy good. And now we get to do the Pied Piper, which is the next episode. So we'll chug along. We basically just got to run back to Everett and call it a day. So I know you're probably saying like, oh my gosh, there's all these screens and whatnot, but all of the game, pretty much all of the game aside from the dungeons takes place in this London area. And when, and that being said, like, it's very, very, they did a really good job with making it very detailed and making it feel very expansive, even when, you know, even though it's not that large of a map. There's very few times where you even feel like you're just repeating stuff to the point of it being uninteresting. So I was impressed with their ability to do that, given that the game spans such a small enclosed space that it doesn't feel tiring at all. So basically, we talk to the cop, and we send it to the next day. And now I'll go upgrade Ares' weapon. Funny enough, the route for this, money-wise, is actually insanely tight. Up until, like, right now, we'll probably end with a single dollar. Or a pound, rather. We only have a single unit of currency to spare. So I can't screw up my menus here. If I do, I have to kind of do some backup things or get money early out of the bank. Does Yakuza do something similar then?
Well, Yakuza takes place in a single district of Tokyo.
Single. God. Why do I even read the things he says at this point?
I don't know.
You'd think I'd know better by now. So if you choose the first option here, you screw up the money in the game, and you can't afford all the stuff I'm gonna need. And we need 5 of these. Cool, excellent. So one thing I mentioned though, or I didn't mention, is as you can see, like I'm holding in the run button, which is X. So that is worth noting. It's one of those games. Need 31 of these, and then we need to go to these. So 11, 61, and 21. Cool. So what I just purchased there, those $10 those items, they are actually like killers, basically. They're damage items that you can use against certain bosses in the game, which is crazy because they're super, super cheap and they do a ton of damage. So most of the fights, aside from Fancy Pants, you're gonna see me make really, really good use of those.
Yeah, it's surprising just how effective they are, considering how cheap they are.
Oh yeah, yeah. It's when I remember when we kind of stumbled upon that in my stream when we were as a group routing this and kind of playing around with it. It was it was crazy. And then we just found one item that did damage, and then we're like, does this work for all of them? And we pretty much just, because we couldn't read it, I would just load save states and throw literally one of every item at every boss in the game. And eventually we figured it out, so.
It certainly made the killer plant a lot easier.
Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, I don't know what this run would look like if Snapdragon didn't have the plant killer, man. That is a rough one. So now we follow Buddy, who's chasing these rats around. He's a cool guy. I mean, you can't help but like Buddy. Especially once he starts doing his thing and absolutely crushing certain enemies. It really is crazy. Hopefully we get to Pied Piper a little bit more quickly than usual. I think I figured out one small thing when I went and watched my most recent VOD of this. A difference in direction I should take at a certain point. So 3 or 4 screens. But this dungeon right here gives a lot of people issue. People who play the game casually. He's not your buddy, pal. Oh gosh. This dungeon usually gives people a lot of issue. And when they come to me and they've played it casually, they say, you know, dude, it took me like 30 minutes to figure out where I was supposed to go or whatever. And it turns out that there's actually a very easy solution. So in this dungeon, if you just take the upper left path every single time, you will always end up where you need to go. So that's what you do. So if you are playing this casually or interested in doing so, remember that, because it saves you a lot of headache. Now, the screens that you saw me turn around in previously, those are actually just one-ways. They just kind of expand into these bigger areas in order for you to be able to take fights. But as you can see, we can't take fights anywhere besides those big open squares. because, like I said earlier, the fights just aren't big enough to be housed on these small screens, which is nice because there's not a whole lot of screens where you're at the risk of taking an encounter in this dungeon. Don't mess up. It's too late for that, man. I am, just kidding. This run has actually gone flawlessly, so. Oh, so the Pied Piper is a pretty easy fight, but if I take too much damage before I get there, I'll probably need to do a heal, just because it's just faster to not have to do the fight with a single character if one of them dies.
Don't say.
Yeah. Yeah, one thing is, items in this game are the ones that you can pick up off the ground, you'll notice are like these little sparkly objects on the floor. I only pick up one, and I did it earlier when the stream crashed, so they're not super useful. There is one item in the game somewhere before we get to Nemerdian that is a really strong AoE item, but for the life of me, I cannot find where that item is. Like, I have tried to pick up every sparkly item in the game that I know of. Apparently when I was playing it semi-casually and routing it the very first time, I grabbed something. Maybe I don't know. So if anybody can find that, I would greatly appreciate it. It makes Nemerdian just about 10 seconds faster, so.
Find the item that you don't know what it is.
Yeah. I mean, there's not a whole lot. And my VOD got deleted, so like, the only thing I can do is load save state and look at that single item. And like, that's the only reason I know what it even looks like. And so one thing to know, if you are going the correct way, occasionally prompts from Ares. And that's how you know you're heading in the right direction. But as you can see, it can be very easy to get lost in dungeons that look like this because it's all very similar. They're pretty much just copy-pasted screens with some occasional text prompts, and that's about it. So I'm gonna have to heal before I get to the next area. So I'll go and do that before the end of the screen.
Yeah, I'd say that's the biggest drawback with the game overall, the dungeons.
Yeah, oh, for sure. All in all, I mean, the game has tons of beautiful sprites. The music is actually surprisingly good. For a PS1 era title, especially that hardly any attention came to it whatsoever, it's got too many good qualities for it to be kind of hidden in obscurity the way that it is. All the splits are gold, baby. All the splits are always gold. Haven't you ever catched a stream? Haven't you ever caught a stream? It's early. I apologize.
Maybe he catched it more quickly.
Exactly. So this is the Pied Piper right here. It's just some rats. You never want to see them go first. Just because it's slow. And we just throw our AoE items here. They're insanely strong. It takes 4 AoE items to kill, so if Jimmy does die, it's not the end of the world. Because Ares, like I said earlier, is just so tanky. And she can actually only be attacked by 3 rats at a time. Or 4, rather. Because of the position, like I mentioned earlier. So, you're almost never in risk of actually losing that fight, even though sometimes it does look scarier than what it is. And fortunately enough, the next fight, it used to be crazy difficult. And I had to go basically buy armor and weapons and waste all this early game money, take an extra trip to the bank, just because this next fight was so tough without basically being, you know, appropriately geared. And now with these damage items, it's kind of a joke, to be honest. Which is good. I'm very thankful for it. I'm not going to heal in case we do take damage in an encounter. I don't want it to be wasted. But at the very, right before we get to the battle bots, we do have like a little text prompt that will come up, and I'll heal then. Just to ensure that I don't waste it. But again, as long as you take... actually, this is the one time you take the left instead of top left. Biggest joke in this game is that this game never got translated. It is. It really is. It's a shame. Like, I don't know if any of you guys have ever played Darkstone, which is a kind of like a dungeon crawler roguelike situation on the PS1. But that game is so bad. It's so bad. Like, it's so bad. You guys don't even understand. It's awful. But it made it. It got a translation. Like, I don't understand what the criteria is.
You played that game enough that I don't ever need to play it.
Oh, man. It's one of the worst games. It might be, like, top 2 or 3 worst games I've ever played in my whole life. It's so bad, man. Alright, cool. So we're good. We're going to run in here. And we're going to do some battle bots. And we're actually a little bit ahead as well. So we're making that time back, baby. And there's a lot of time to save. I believe it was at Hydra. I had issues in my PB. So this is now really the first instance you get to see Buddy do true work. Unfortunately, he's just going to be throwing damage items. So you don't get to see his amazing attack animations, but... usually he hits for 10. Oh, nice! For some reason, Jimmy and Buddy can get resisted in this fight when they do damage items. I don't know if Ares can. But it's really annoying because it takes like 3 or 4 of these to kill. And sometimes you just waste one, and I don't know what makes it do that. Don't be talking bad about Darkstone. Man, have you actually played Darkstone? It is not good. It is really not good. I apologize if anybody in here is like, I love Darkstone. It changed me. Because it's bad. Yeah, Buddy is the true MVP. You live and die by Buddy. And I love that about him as a character. I like that there is so much variation in what he does. It makes it interesting. It makes, not every run is the same as a result. I kind of enjoy that. Now, I know that a lot of people who run games want that kind of stuff to be not part of their speed runs, but I enjoy it. Yeah, Isaiah, absolutely. Simple route change. Saved whole minutes. It changed the end game of the run, especially because of how much money I then was able to save and not have to utilize early. It helps with healing items. So it made just that one fight that looked like an absolute joke right there. Made such a significant difference. No, we need to go to Street Thugs. I love Darkstone. It changed me. Well, you're easily changed then, my friend. Oh, what did I miss? You know what? I think I'm supposed to go to the greenhouse. Yes! Every time I go to the greenhouse, I get really excited just because I love to hear that song. Movement in this game is actually pretty clean. It's easy to manage. It's all done with the D-pad, but you can easily change direction quite a bit. And I never feel like the movement screws me over in the run or anything like that. So it's nice. So basically Virgil is depressed. He's very edgy. And he tells us to go away and to leave him be. But we just keep pestering him. If you don't pester him this extra time until he starts looping his chat, the next fight won't trigger. It's really weird. So like with the forced text, there's still text afterwards. Yeah, it's really odd. Like, let me think of some other PS1 RPGs I've played that were significantly worse than this. Vandal Hearts. What's up?
No, nothing wrong with Vandal Hearts.
Vandal Hearts is so bad.
Tactics games.
Oh, not Vandal Hearts. Not Vandal Hearts. I apologize. What is it called? Something else Hearts. Vandal Hearts is actually fine. Man. Pete sent it to me recently. It's in my Discord. I'll have to go look. But Parasite Eve. Definitely.
What?
significantly worse. Yeah, King Emo cut coming through. He knows. It's funny, somebody came into my Parasite Eve 2 and 3. But,
on
yeah,
the PS1.
not a PS1 exactly. No, is Shadow Hearts? No, I like Shadow Hearts.
Shadow Hearts is a good game.
That's the one I like. Man, I don't know what I'm talking about. I'll have to
You don't
look.
like the prequel Kudelka.
Yeah, no, I definitely don't like Kudelka. That game is whack.
But again, you just suck at tactics games.
Yeah, no doubt. Pretty much anything level 5 ever made. I would call this game better than White Knight Chronicles, despite it coming out 2 console generations later.
It doesn't take much.
Yeah, exactly. Parasite Eve never existed. I'm glad. I like you guys, man. You guys know stuff. Sometimes Jimmy dies on this fight. It's not the end of the world. Really, no matter how bad it goes, you'll be able to win it, just because these guys, the 2 enemies here, die on a turn earlier. Perfect. I could have probably SP6 there to save an item, but it is what it is. Alrighty. We spam the AoE items. Now we gotta go back to Virgil. We'll be running back and forth to Virgil a lot during this episode, which is good for the music, bad for it's far away from each other, but this is actually one of the areas that the Virgil's in. He's kind of close to Chinatown, and in this game, Chinatown's only really utilized it being like really, really beautiful. And another thing, they have every shop in there is completely unique to the standard shops you find in London. They sell mostly, like Chinese goods and things like that. And some of the items are really good. They're just so expensive that I couldn't afford to route them into the run. Yeah, exactly. Basically, anything you've ever seen me stream, significantly worse than this game. Oh, we need to go move the box really quick. There's a couple games I run that aren't awful. I think that Ni no Kuni is a great game, and that's really about it. I think that I can't think of any others off the top of my head.
Okage? Well, that's a good game.
Okage was fun. Yeah, I need to finish that one out for sure. Especially with the new strats, but... I mean, Rogue Galaxy I like. I mean, pretty much all the level 5 stuff I like. Whether or not it's good is a little objective in that regards. You've seen me stream this. Yeah, which is how you know that this game is legendary. So we talked to Virgil again. He's still too depressed, even though we're doing all his chores for him, basically. Moving the box, which... I'm not gonna lie to you guys, I don't know why we do that, but you have to. I've tried. And then we're gonna go fight a dog. So we'll go take care of that right now. One thing about movement in this game, though, is that each episode, where NPCs are placed on each screen, it changes, right? So you get used to it after a while, but you can't just memorize movement for every single screen. Just because you're not going to have the same NPC placement every single time. Ultra Nut. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. That is where it came from, isn't it? That's funny. So right here, you're going to see Buddy's first Wonder Shot go off. And if he rolls really high, it's nice. Oh. Oh, just to be safe. So sometimes Buddy rolls like in the high 70s right there. We got a 3, so not good. There we go. That's what we like to see. There we go, Buddy. Much better. Much better. So as you can see, that is Buddy in true shape and form right there. He can pretty much do whatever he wants. You never know what's going to come out of that guy. It's wild. we need to, I want to talk to Virgil first. You can talk to Everett and then Virgil in any order. But Everett's placement actually changes, I found out. So, like, he's closer to you if you go talk to Virgil first. So it saves, like, probably a few seconds. Buddy coming in clutch. Yeah, aside from the 3 damage. But we'll just pretend that didn't happen. He does that. There's some times where I've done whole fights where he's, like, not broken 10 damage for the entire, 5-minute fight. And then there's some times where I've seen him do, like, 2,000 damage in, like, 4 turns. And the whole fight is, like, incredibly fast. Damage roll was for his age, indeed. So, there are trains in this game, like little tramways. We'll get into that a little bit later, like we have stuff we do in the subways. But unfortunately, like, the areas become unlocked as the game progresses. And you have to complete basically that episode in order to make that train to that, newly unlocked train spot usable. So at that point, it's, as we've moved past it, it's no longer useful to us. But we do ride the train 1 time, I believe. Technically twice. Round trip. Cool. So you can talk to Everett before you talk to Virgil. And he tells you story progressing text, but you can just skip it entirely by not talking to him at all. Can you suplex the train? Not to my knowledge. I mean, there's still a lot about this game that's left to be discovered. But I imagine that that's probably not one of those things. And this, if somebody understands Japanese really well, or even is interested in helping route the game, man, we would, I know that I speak for all of my channel and community that helped put this game together as a speedrun, that it would be really nice to have people. I mean, there's still a lot I've not been able to translate, so we might be doing extra stuff, or there might be stuff that we could afford not to do. And if that's the case, definitely let me know. The world record for this is definitely free. So if you want a free world record, there are notes for this run. They're pretty well detailed. So only with Buddy. Yeah, you can only, if you manage to glitch Buddy into the final fight of the game, he just one-shots the boss. Prove me wrong.
We have Buddy and Virgil here.
Yeah, but we don't actually use them in a fight, I don't think. Let me think. No, I mean, I guess if we take random encounters, we do. Which sometimes we occasionally do. But yeah, it's neat. So to your point earlier, you're right.
Yeah, for the translation, there's someone who comes into my chat that apparently translates Japanese to English. I keep forgetting to ask her.
I've actually had like 3 or 4 Japanese-speaking... Oops, I completely missed the... I was looking at my next split. I've had 3... There was a guy at RPG Limit Break that I passed this game on to. Somebody from Pete's chat. As well as, Pete's game room. He's a cool guy. Check him out. But he basically put me in contact with this guy that... oh, god dang it. With this guy who is interested in playing the game and translating it as well. So hopefully, we just find out more and more as we go, because we definitely could benefit from it. I mean, the game's story deserves to be told. Just look at it. It is amazing. Okay, right here. So right there we pick up really like the best weapon for Buddy almost in the whole game. I'm trying to think, when do we get a better one for him? I don't know if we do. I know he picks one up at some point. I just can't remember when. But that item we just picked up that you can easily miss changes everything for Buddy's DPS range. Like, he now is capable of doing 1 or like multiple hundreds of damage. So good old Buddy, man. I always screw that screen up by moving just right. Not this time. Not today. Hope this run is 4:44:44 so you can dispense with the foreplay. Huh. Well, I'm going to tell you with 100% certainty that this run will not be sub 450. I mean 350. Oh, 444. Yeah. Holy jeez. Yeah, hopefully it doesn't go that terribly. I believe that Sloa and some others might have some complaints. Might have to have a word with me. But like just a good example of, you know, just doing extra stuff because you don't understand translations and whatnot. You got appointments. Oh yeah, I guess in non-America areas, it's a more reasonable hour of the day. What time is it over there for you, Lily?
It is just going up to 5 p.m.
Oh my, so nice. Yeah, it is. You'll zone right. God damn, you know what?
You walked into that.
Oh my god. Cool. We just need to zone into here. We don't actually need to talk to that sleeping lady anymore, thankfully. Oh wait, you know what? I think we do. I'm just gonna do it to be safe. But that's something that I translated over this weekend, and the things she say I don't actually think matter. But there are other points in the game when people say meaningless things and they're still necessary. But to my point of not understanding translations, so kind of having an issue with routing, there was a guy that we spoke to before this that gave us a side quest that everybody did when they did their playthroughs of the game that I watched. So I used to do it as well. And it loses like 30 seconds, and then it turns out you just don't even need to do it. So we cut that out completely. And now we get to go to the graveyard, which is a cool place. Now that I know how to navigate it, it's a little bit easier. 3:25 a.m. for me. Yeah, it's 2:25 a.m. for me. So I appreciate you being up at this hour, Isaiah. 8:25 in the UK. Man, I'm jealous. Actually, I'm not. I wish that I could rewind time. I'm gonna go back to sleep after this bad boy, no doubt. When I show up to work tomorrow, they're gonna say, "Why do you look like this?" I'll be like, "'Cause I don't know. Don't always make the greatest life choices, but I'm super happy to be here doing this. This is actually the first marathon this run has ever been in. I don't know if you could tell, but I'm excited for it because it's an interesting game, and usually it's received really, really well when we do runs of it in chat and or on stream and whatnot. So.
Yeah, don't worry, I haven't slept in 4 days, so I'm good.
Exactly. Bingo. Got us. Thanks so much, Isaiah. I appreciate you, man. So this area is, I used to think it was randomized, but it's actually not. So it turns out that that you can, it turns out that you can just move this exact same way and you'll get the same exact screens. Now if I do happen to do a screen incorrectly, then the map will change. As I do a screen incorrectly. Oh, nice. There's actually a couple of, no, I was right. There was actually a couple of screens in the later on in the game where it happens really, really drastically, but we utilize that feature to have to travel less screens by being able to reset it a certain way when you're in the dream world later on. But here we pretty much we go and inspect. We were told to inspect the graveyard, so we do. And we couldn't get into the door at the very end, so we decided to go speak to Everett to get a little bit more clarification. Yep.
It's too bad there's not an escape group item.
Yeah, man, that would be sick.
Also, congratulations, Isaiah, on finishing your last exam.
On who?
Isaiah said he finished his last
What?
exam.
Hey, dude, congrats. That is incredible. Yeah, those Lily knows how stressful those can be.
Yeah.
So now we call it for the night. I translated this a little bit. And what happens is we can't get in, so we are basically waiting for these bad guys to appear that we've heard stories of. So we say we'll call it a night. In the middle of the night, we'll return and see if maybe we can catch them in the act at that point. And there's Buddy. I don't really know why he was in the box, but if I assume that that's the same box we moved earlier, and that's why it's necessary to move it. So that's the best I got for you guys, unfortunately.
I wouldn't be surprised if that's actually true.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like the same box, but I'm not sure that this game has super incredible varying box textures. So, now that we're seeing these guys, I'll have to explain the Man of Steam here a little bit. Those things are, those people are cohorts and understudies, basically, of the Man of Steam. Now, the Man of Steam is a guy who moved to London, and he brought with him the power of steam engines, and went to London and said, listen, I can turn the whole, if you let me install these steam engines all throughout the city, then I can give you guys, like, significant, increases in energy efficiency and things like that. And they were all for it. So he basically installed what, like the pipes and things you see everywhere in the game. Those are his steam engine pipes. And basically what the Spectre alludes to earlier on is that this Man of Steam seems good and people like him for the things that he's brought London so far, but he has an ulterior motive, I just don't know what it is. And now we see these people bringing in some of these weird, covered machines, and we're left to investigate. And now, for the supernatural element of the game, those are two ghosts that we do see quite frequently. And as of right now, we have no idea why we just saw them. Like, we're perplexed and really confused. And I'll explain their story kind of as we tackle some of the more supernatural elements later on. But Virgil kind of, tipped you off to it just a tad when we went to the Ghost Mansion. And he basically said that he was the medium between the spirits, and that if in order to communicate with these spirits who have, I believe the direct quote was like, significant story to tell or something like that, then we have to go through Virgil. But here we see them, and Virgil's not with us, so it, freaks the team out just a little bit. And now we have the battle bots. This is similar to the previous bot. It has a little bit higher HP. I think it takes 4 items to kill instead of 3. But just another fight that's made very trivial by the use of damage items.
Hi, Harlinson.
HGH, my man, what's going on? So funny enough, these two cohorts of the Man of Steam right here, the little spring feet people, we don't actually ever fight them. 2 times in the game, they leave us with enemies to fight. But it's not actually them, specifically. Is that Moon Man?
Do we actually know what their story is?
I don't at all. I've not translated anything that they've contributed, so... definitely, as I little by little go through every screen in the game, we'll eventually get to this point, I'm sure. Cool, and that should be it. Nice. So as you can see, that graveyard bot has just a little bit more HP, but nothing to be worried about. Again, that was another fight that was, a little bit difficult. With the way the route previously was set up, but now that the damage items exist, it's it's kind of a joke, which is good because it allows the catch-up mechanic to make us strong enough to basically defeat any of the bosses in the game, coupled with Buddy's high DPS. Yeah, Manta Bay is coming up. We got about an hour, I think, before Manta Ray, but we're getting there, no doubt. And we saved a little bit of time.
King,
I'm sorry.
He just wants to introduce you to his little friend.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I glance at what King Emo Cut has to say, and then I catch myself. It's just like my regular streams at this point.
apologize, I interrupted you. What were you saying?
No, you're good. So here you'll be able to see the effects of the shopping. Okay, cool. So we go and buy this $2,500 weapon for Jimmy real quick. And it leaves us with a single pound. Single unit of currency. So it is a little bit of a tight route. But, you know, it works. And I've had no issues with, you know, with my runs as a result, so. Until there's some new changes made, that's pretty much going to be the route. Now you can, like if you do screw up, you can obviously go and buy, you can go to the bank early. We're going to go to the bank right now just to get it out of the way, but. It helps to go to the bank as late as possible because there's obviously more money accrued. And, now I have to go talk to Everett, I'm pretty sure. Because in my notes it doesn't include this part. However... No. I think I'm fine. Yeah. So I talked to Everett the correct amount of times. In my previous run, I actually had to run back and speak to Everett a second time. Because if you don't master all the text, which is hard to discern because it's in squiggly, you won't get areas to appear over here at the subway, and when that happens, you have to travel basically through all the screens all over again. But, oh god. Alright, cool. Sorry, I'm still waking up. I'm reading my notes as I go, now that I have them up. And now we have to do what is probably my least favorite part of the game. It takes the stress away. Yeah, that's true. Makes me feel more at home, having to listen to King's bad jokes. If Manta Ray were put in an asylum, would he be a Manta Cray? I mean, I guess. Is that what you want from me?
You're just encouraging him.
Yeah, sometimes they're entertaining to read. I know that High Spirits got a kick out of them during RPGLB. And I felt bad because somebody donated and he's like, you know, another donation from, and I was like, if it's him again, and he was like, no, it's not. I was like, oh, I'm sorry to whoever that was. Please ban King. We just kind of let him tucker himself out. But this, so this scene right here is a lot of these tunnels that just loop. And the unfortunate thing is, like, on your return, you can take encounters on every single one of them. And it's one of the only times in the game you can't run from encounters if you get 5 slimes. I don't know why it's coded that way, but if we get anything less than the max amount of slimes, we can still run away, and it's not an issue. But usually I have to fight at least 1 or 2 of them. And that's why I kind of used fewer AoE items earlier on in the game than I needed to, just to be safe. Hey! Delphi, thank you so much, I appreciate it. The cringe keeps me up. Keeps me up at night is what it does. This is also a scene I have yet to translate and fail to understand. We basically go see this giant, well, it's like a blimp looking contraption, but it's in the subway. Stopping up the subway so the trains can't move. I know that much. But why did all these people get out, and why is it there? Find out next time. How are you doing today, Delphi? Hopefully your early AM is going splendid. But we are about to get an encounter right here that's forced. It always happens. Can't run from it with the tunnel slimes. And then from this point forward, we can take an encounter on all the screens. So I think I didn't take too many in my PB. So hopefully there's a little bit of time to save if we take fewer. Hey, my boy Ben, what is going on, my man? Thank you so much for the raid.
Hey, Kyle. Welcome, Raiders.
For anybody who's just coming over, this is No Glitches Allowed. It's an amazing speedrun marathon event that I believe is going on for the entirety of the week. So definitely stay tuned and keep watching. There are incredible runs and incredible runners, you know, all lined up. But it is this game is London Seirei Tantei-dan. It is a very fun game. Oops. And like I said earlier, if I get 5 slimes, I can't run, so I'm just gonna have to attack them out. But it's very fun, very pretty. It is, unfortunately, as you can probably tell, only in Japanese. But it doesn't take away from the fact that the game is really, really incredible. There's tons of side quests and side content as well. And some of them are like hilarious little quests. There's one that I did in case I ever needed extra money in the route, where you basically go chase this little boy all around London, and you're like a babysitter to an extent. It's a good time. So if you're into Japanese JRPGs, obscure RPGs, or even just retro RPGs as a whole, I would definitely check this one out. Yeah, Buddy goes down quite a bit. He's resilient though. We try not to worry about it. Again, we can run from anything that's not 5, so. Doing some work on Draken, found a bunch of out-of-bounds stuff. Oh, wow, really? Yeah, no glitches allowed. Oh, dang it. That means also in chat, Ben. How dare you? He did fall off the roof, taking no damage. He's a tank. An unstoppable force.
You were getting really unlucky with these fights.
Yeah, those are a shame. I think that I had just like 2 or 3 encounters in my PB, and they were all run, like I could run from them all. None of them were max slimes. So this is obviously going just a little bit worse, but we are slowly clawing back time. And I know that Hydra has time, and my estimate as a whole is actually a little bit generous, so we should be good on estimate, and that's all that I care about. That's a lot of damage. Flex tape. I wonder how well that sold, considering how big of a joke it turned into. I mean, like, even the fact that it's a meme has to be like some kind of advertisement, right? Yeah, no, Buddy definitely falls off stuff. He falls off like the entire museum a little bit later on. So, flex tape obviously must be, it's gotta be flex tape. So now we have a tunnel section. Come on, man. This one is significantly shorter, thankfully. So is the slap chop. Oh yeah, no one is going around. Yeah, actually, I'm pretty sure that the slap chop guy, didn't he have like a? Oh no, that was the ShamWow guy, right? That had like some legal repercussions. Ooh, Oh, I was supposed to choose the middle one. Saws a boat in half and then rides it. Okay, so if I wait right there just a little bit, it usually helps me to dodge the encounter there. Alternatively, if I like run myself into the side of the wall, it helps as well. Nice. So Nemerdian is actually a really easy fight, except for the times where you miss by 21 items you don't need. But that shouldn't create too much issue here. I think I did everything perfectly. I'm gonna heal everybody, just because we do have to make it through the Nemerdian's ads, and Paralyze sometimes doesn't last for forever. So.
They're not as bad as Thousand Arms Paralyzed.
Oh yeah, nothing ever will be. Oh, you know what? Got a little ahead of myself. There we go. The side-by-side pipe is actually on the right side, I believe. Yeah, it's right here. All right, cool. So now we are at Nemerdian. That's pretty decent. We didn't get too many encounters, and none of them we had to fight. So we should be fine on AOE. Ooh, good thing I looked at that. We should be good on AOE. Based on the amount of items we have left, so. And here's Nemerdian. Let's do it. Yeah, Billy Mays was dope. I love Billy Mays, man. And that Anthony guy is pretty cool as well. Okay. No. So I must have picked up something extra. There it is. So this is Paralyzed, even though it doesn't really look like it. We'll just do damage items then. Oof. Is that my best option? Probably. Probably so. We're low on damage items, so I'm just going to hit these guys with regular attacks real quick. It's probably the safest route to go. It just means I took one extra fight than I needed to. We'll do this. Oh my god! The absolute mad lad. And now we just do snake killers, which I believe are... Yep, there you go. Yeah, it's a video on demand. So as you can see, we just chunked this guy away. And this fight actually went really, really well. There should be no issue. Once he starts healing himself, he almost always just gets stuck, and we just chew him up at that point. Man, super good Nemerdian. Now we just backtrack. Unfortunately, there is no, like as Isagram mentioned earlier, there is no actual escape item or anything like that, which would save a couple of minutes in the run if so. Now we gotta hope we don't run into any encounters, because we don't have the we don't have any damage items. We'd have to actually fight them if they were 5 slime encounters. Don't you hate it when a rock that we sent electronic though thinks it's smarter than you? Oh my god. My phone was telling me what I was trying to say. Yeah, I noticed that, so I don't know if it's just me, but like my Twitch mobile app, especially when I'm texting, or typing in chat, it doesn't, like autocorrect, or T9, or whatever that's called these days.
It gives you suggestions, but it doesn't actually autocorrect it, so...
Oh, really?
Yeah, if you look just above where you're typing, it gives you suggestions on what you're typing. And it also does it based upon what you've typed in recently as well.
That's probably why mine is filled with such filth.
That wouldn't surprise me. Mine is just filled with drunk gibberish from when I was in Japan.
Classic. Good old phones, am I right?
Hmm.
So we're doing pretty well on time, I think. 136. Good enough. So basically Ares, every time you see Ares and Everett and Jimmy talking and Ares is being dramatic in that way, it's because she can't stand us. Ares really dislikes Jimmy. And the reason for it is because Everett obviously took such an attachment to him, and she, liking Everett so much. And she is older. I believe 2 years older than Jimmy, and can't stand that she has to be in a detective team with a boy 2 years younger than her. Yeah, it makes her very upset. So, drunk gibberish is the national language of Australia. Oh man.
Yeah, it pretty much is.
You heard it here first, guys. Australians' primary language is drunk gibberish. And
Told a really crude joke the other day in a chat, and I got forgiven for it just because I was Australian.
Australian privilege. Hashtag Australian privilege. My phone keeps wanting to change words to nut. Yeah, that's probably my fault. It's my bad, guys. So this is the only time Ares will ever enter your room. No matter what you try in the game, she won't come into your room otherwise. But I guess in this case, she knows that that it's of dire importance, and she's willing to make an exception.
Have you spent effective time trying to get her into your room?
Anyways, no, I mean I did try a little bit, all right. Not for, there's context, guys. It's important to know. But now there's a part in the game earlier where there's a part in the game earlier where you can where you have Ares with you, and I wanted to go onto the roof to see if I could do the Spectre scene a second time, and I couldn't do it. I was like, what? So then anytime I had Ares, I kept trying to go get that scene, so I kept making the trip back, and that's my explanation.
I will accept your explanation.
Yeah, hopefully that's a good enough one. Whew, dodge that bullet. Did HGH say he was playing WoW? Is WoW still a thing?
Yeah, the new expansion's coming out, so everyone's playing it again.
That's exciting.
No, it's not.
Yeah.
It means I have to listen to it for like 2 months before everyone quits again.
Yeah, I've noticed my roommate played WoW for a bit, and then he got tired of it, and then he played it again, and then he got tired of it, and it's cyclical, it seems, in that regard.
Yeah, they get a huge player number boost every time they release an expansion. People want to see all the new stuff.
Makes sense. So here we are introduced to Fancy Pants, the man himself, the legend, with the weird shaped buttocks and outfit. I don't know why he looks like this. He looks like somebody said he looked like a banana in the Sonic boss's clothes. It's really strange.
Eggman?
Yeah. He looks like a banana in Eggman's suit. But it is what it is. Now this fight I actually have to pay a little bit of attention to just because I gotta count my damage on each dog. So
I can't unsee that. Damn it.
You don't see the Eggman thing? Man, I think it was...
No, I do see it. No, I can't unsee it.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it is. It's pretty funny looking. Okay. Probably be fine. Although if Jimmy dies here, we're in trouble, so I should probably be a little bit more careful, but whatever. As you can see, Ares now with her her first weapon, third attack, does a ton of damage. And Jimmy with his SP6, which is the large slingshot that I'm using, does a ton of damage as well. So those are pretty much all you'll see me use, just for the fact that they do a ton, and they're both very consistent. Nothing like... Oh, well, might as well heal myself Nothing like Buddy, who just is you just click and pray. I think this is the same dog. I always say I need to focus, and then I forget to pay attention.
I like how that move has officially become SP6. That's just what we call it now.
Yeah, I'm not really sure exactly what it is called otherwise. It's cheese in a clown costume. That's creative.
Now I want cheese.
He really does look like a banana, though. Finally! So because I was boxed in right there in Jimmy, I couldn't use his good ability because I needed the tile space and I didn't have it. So now that that one's dead, we should be able to just chew through this really, really quickly.
Yeah, I don't know if Palmer really explained it all that well, but the way that the moves work in this game is that they require a specific amount of space in order to use them, and enemies can actually box you in and make it so that you cannot use certain abilities at certain times.
Yeah, and it's really, really noticeable at, like in the first Fancy Pants fight, if he gets stuck in a corner, he'll just spam the same AoE move over and over again, and it makes that fight really difficult. Because you basically just have to keep up with it in heals. Nah, I did it again. There's no text prompt up to that fight, so I don't know I have to move. So I wait, and by the time I have to move, I take an encounter because the ticker is up. There we go. Cool, cool. We clawing back a little bit in time. If Hydra goes really, really well, we'll be in good shape.
Hydra has the oddest killer item, however.
Yeah, what is
I
it?
think we translated. Yeah, it's like a bag of cigarettes or something.
Yeah, like a pack of
tar?
cigarettes or something like that. Yeah. All the others are relatively like, you know, typical. It's like
Yeah, like the plant killer is insecticide. For instance. Insecticide? No, herbicide. Insecticide.
And then the mana ray is you throw a mirror at him, and I imagine that's because his self-image is like such a big deal, like that it's topical in that regard. But yeah, bag of cigarettes and snakes. I don't really know how those two correlate whatsoever. If anybody knows what the correlation is between cigarettes and snakes, or can think of a creative lie, go ahead and tell me.
Or if you know what the translation actually is.
That's true. It could just be that we are translating it. The literal is not the most advantageous way.
Well, this game has a problem with the fact that a lot of it's written in hiragana, but the translations aren't directly translatable from hiragana.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff I translated with like a Google app or whatever, and it came out like super weird. And I was like, what? Come on, dude. Did I miss Ares? Well, the 30 seconds we just saved in the last split is all for naught. Japanese anti-smoking campaign? Probably not. I'm willing to wager that that's probably not it.
Considering how cheap cigarettes are in Japan, no.
Japanese anti-smoking campaign. Although I do like that one. But I guess the real question here is, if you had to choose between any gaming PC you want or $1,000 and a snake, what would you choose?
Snake.
No, that doesn't make any sense. Just for some context for the viewers, when I did Parasite Eve 100%, it took a long time, and we looked up Reddit Would You Rathers, and that was like one of the highest voted ones. People really considered what they would rather have between any gaming PC they want, or $1,000 and a snake.
And ever since then, we've wanted to get Palmer a snake.
Nah, I would
But
literally
not the
return it.
$1,000.
I would return it so fast. A gaming PC that's made out of a snake. Oh, that's a little bit gruesome.
Poor snake.
5,000 quid snake. Quid. I always
the word quid.
I always love the word quid. Would you rather have toes for fingers or fingers for toes? I'm definitely going with fingers for toes. Not a doubt in my mind.
Yeah, because that would make gripping things kind of easy.
I mean, I could pick up the remote with my foot a lot more effectively, and also I just feel like toe fingers are probably not ideal. So that's my answer. Ben, what do you think? I bet Ben chose toe fingers. Just seems like a toe finger choosing kind of guy. And now we attempt to exit. I can already do that. Okay. Yeah. So my kid and her mom both can pick things up with their feet, and it freaks me out. I'll be like, "Hey, will you hand me that bag of chips?" And she'll like hand it to me with her foot. I'm like, "Well, now I don't want it." Get good.
How are you not able to pick things up with your feet?
Like with my toes.
Yeah. Like, didn't you do that as a kid all the time?
No. See, no, I did not. I did not do that.
Alright, we had different childhoods.
Yeah, it's an Australian thing, gotta be. I'm sure that's what they teach you. It's a self-defense mechanism.
Right, yeah, against the drop bears.
Yeah, and the giant spiders and all that stuff. All right, so we went to the museum, which is still under construction. But from this point forward, the museum is going to be a really, really prevalent part of the run. Because it's primarily like the attention that the museum brings in, and its location make for a prime spot for the Man of Steam to kind of, have his plan follow through. So we'll be going there quite a bit. That's where most of the bad stuff happens. It's also where the police are. So we pretty much lose Buddy anytime we try to go in there, which is unfortunate. Buddy does go into the museum, but only at night when the police have left. So Buddy, the true gangsta, he don't mess with the police, But now we have our next young ghost interaction. Unfortunately, this time we don't get to actually do a fight with her. Instead, it is just her attack dog. They gotta prepare for the next kangaroo wars.
But smelling damp, that's terrible.
Really patchy. So do I need to turn my game and voice up, or is it on their end, do you think, yes?
No, he's talking about the question he asked. In terms of the patchiness.
Yeah, I think he said something about audio, didn't he?
Yeah, he did also say something about audio,
okay,
but
yeah.
they're two separate things.
Yeah, okay. Well, they all sound similar. Okay, so here is Fang, and we're gonna see Buddy try to do work, and he's letting us down a little bit, but let's see what Buddy is capable of here. If he connects with a lot of high rolls, this fight is actually super fast, and there's definitely some time to save. So, but you'll notice that each little ability you do, which actually changes with what weapons. So if I go buy a new weapon, it gives me new abilities and things like that to use in some situations. And it's crazy because each one of those different abilities with those new weapons and those attacks all have their own unique battle animations and stuff. It's really, really incredible. They went to a lot of work to put really, really interesting battle animations in here. Unfortunately, you don't get to see a ton of them because I use what is most effective. But like Ares has this mega horn that makes this boat fall from the sky. It's strange looking. It's not good, but it's funny to watch. Oh, there we go, buddy. That's what I'm talking about. You guys are ridiculous. Ooh, we're gonna run the gambit here. Did not pay off. And now this item that I'm using gives me SP, which is my mana, and HP. And you'll notice that every time I use SP6, it obviously drains my SP. Jimmy is really the only person aside from Virgil that we actually are concerned with our mana whatsoever. Because that's really, he only has access to this ability for like good consistent damage, and it, as you can see, obviously requires mana consumption.
Have a good night's sleep, guys.
Hey, Kios, it's always a pleasure, my dude. Have a great rest of your evening. And thank you so much for the raid. Hopefully you have a good rest of your night.
Also, I need to stop saying his name in every different way every time I say his name.
Oh, you do?
To Kyo, yeah. I say his name differently every time I say it.
Yeah, I do the same for you.
Yeah, you've actually been calling me Lily for once.
Yeah, professionalism.
Not confusing random strangers.
Yeah. Let me look at our splits. What are we doing? What's the damage? We got some really, really cool fights coming up pretty soon. Scarlet and Dragon are both really, really fun. Scarlet we have Virgil for, and Dragon we have for is a fight where we can't use damage items or Virgil, so we get to see Buddy in his true form. It's one of the Buddy prey fights. And once again, Everett is just over here thinking. You basically relay Everett this information that, hey man, the bank was robbed while you were here, doing stuff. And then this group of children, we went and took care of it, but you should probably know. And he puts his newspaper away and says, interesting. Thank you. And then that's the end of it. You just go to bed. I just feel like the responsibility is probably not there. Scarlet is where I'll start explaining some of the supernatural elements of the game a little bit, just because she's, aside from the yin yang spirits and the ghost mansion, is like really where the story kind of like intertwines the paths of the supernatural as well as this team and what we got going on.
I thought you were going to the store, King.
I'm sorry?
King.
Oh, yeah. We were hoping, at least. Oh, God. Why did I even read that one, man? I always do this. But, so here we go back to the museum, and now it is... I believe it's finished being built now. I think it's still construction. But regardless, from this point forward, like I said, we're going to be here a lot. And there's a lot that goes on. It's actually a really, really cool part of the game. All the screens are really interesting and very pretty. The fights that take place in the museum are pretty significant. And every time you go into the museum, it just seems bigger and bigger as more screens become available to you. Some of them you can't access just as of yet, but Iwabi, hopefully Iwabi, hopefully you're doing all right there, man. Come on, man. It's easy to get stuck on some of the NPCs, but fortunately enough, they move. They're pretty much always moving, so it does make it a little bit easier. Like, you'll get unstuck rather easily. But Virgil is alarmed by something that he won't tell us, and he takes off. So now we've seen what we can see. Virtual wanted to go to the museum, we took him, and now we're gonna go home and rest. So this next fight is gonna be a little interesting. The force fight at the beginning of the museum. Just because I don't have AoE items, but I'm sure we'll manage just fine. And that's one thing I do like about this game, is that you kind of have to make judgment calls as you play, based on a couple of different things, like how strapped you are on items, what your money is going to look like a little bit later on. Although money is usually pretty consistent, but how are fights going based on like the damage rolls from Buddy and things like that. The damage patterns for bosses change. So it's really neat to have that kind of reactive aspect of the game. And that's noticeable in the casual play as well. Especially with like a lot of the side quests do offer like additional fights and bonus fights and things like that. And there is a, for every enemy in the game that you fight, you get a certain amount of what are called like bounty points. And you can actually go to the bounty guy and turn in, how much you've accrued. He'll exchange them for money and items. And the items are insanely good. Like they're all like the best, almost the best you can possibly get in the whole game. They're really, really strong. We only utilize one of those a little bit later on, but as far as playing casually is concerned, it's definitely it's the best I got. It's definitely a neat collectability thing that the game offers. Let's do this. Usually we AoE item these. We run out of our AoE items here, but since I ran out of them a little bit earlier than usual, I'm going to have to just use our multi-hitting abilities.
Can you just kill one or two of these and then run?
I don't believe so. Oh man, please don't kill him. You've got to be kidding me. Oh, all of a sudden this is bad. I don't want to risk the running. Guess I could paralyze them. I don't want to waste the turn. I could kill two, probably, if I could remember the two that they were. They're over here. We're just gonna have to risk it. Oh, I'm definitely dead. I don't know what to do now. I'm scared. Nice. Okay, so we should be fine now. Oh, my heart is racing. I would have to like open up the... Oh man, I still don't know. I might get stuck in a heal loop. Oh, bummer. Yeah, actually, I should have killed them there. Well, if I do happen to die, I can just load a state on my emulator. It'll just take a second, but it'll actually bring us back on pace. So, I don't know what to do here. I'm gonna have to just heal to a good height, and then multi-attack. Yeah, I'm dead. Great.
Well, I guess this has never happened before.
Yeah, I've never seen this, so I apologize for the marathon's sake. It is a little unfortunate, but yeah, I can just run. I mean, I'm gonna risk that we that they miss a couple times or something. That's the best I can do. Yeah, we're good. Load. Oops. Yep. All right, so let me. I'm gonna have to just boot into the emulator really quick. I apologize for that. Well, this is going terribly. We are at. We can skip to. We just did Fang. We're at Scarlet. I want to skip Dragon. So 10, 11.
Is it possible to pick up more AoE attacking items before those?
I mean, I could definitely have purchased them, and I knew that I needed to do so. So that's probably my bad, but.
Well, at least you can just add it in to your notes as a marathon save.
Yeah, absolutely. Cool. This is what we'll do. We'll just load the fight that's right after that. So I'm gonna have to change my display really quick, but it's gonna save us like 15 minutes. So. Oh.
But yeah, that has definitely never happened before.
Yeah, that's crazy. I didn't even know that they were capable of doing that. I should have probably had the foresight to realize that. But if you want to swap me over to my my new display here, yeah, right as Bowie shows up. Let me make sure that they get this changed over really quick, and then we'll be back on track.
Isn't it the right layout, Bill?
Yeah, is it? Are we? I loaded this this thing. I just need the display changed or whatever. What's going on, Bowie? It's good to see you, my dude. The display.
Well, it looks okay to me. So just continue.
Oh, okay, cool. Let me make sure my controller works real quick, and we will be on our way. Alrighty, I think we should be good. File. Alrighty, sorry about this. I have to edit my configuration on this stupid controller real quick. Cool. Alrighty, so we are here at the next fight. Not a big deal. This one is kind of a struggle of a fight, but we don't have to worry about it too much. Primarily just because we have a lot better gear now, or a lot better, higher defensive stats and whatnot. So it's not too much of a stress. Oh, can you guys not hear it? Hopefully it doesn't deafen people. There you go. Is that better? What's going on? Could be worse if you have nothing to back it up. I have tons of backup, for sure, but to have to use them really hurts my pride a little bit. We want to see Buddy obviously roll really high. I guess I'll catch up with the story. Basically, is way too loud. Oh, there you go. Hopefully that's better. It's tied to my desktop audio, so it's kind of an annoying. Is that better then? All right, let me sort it out then. I apologize. Is that better than right there? Oh, nice. So basically, like I said earlier, we just want to see Buddy do the most damage possible, and we want to just stay alive with Ares. We don't have a whole lot of healing items to spare at this point. We usually don't need a ton of them, but it's smart to use them as soon as we can. So that sounds better. Awesome. Good to hear it. Good to hear it. I'm sorry, I just want to catch my nose back up. Hopefully you guys can still hear Isagrim just fine. And we just push damage, basically, and we pray that we don't see AoEs. Best case scenario is that right there. Is that he comes and attacks Ares and focuses on her, because she's definitely the most durable of the group. She also deals a pretty decent amount of consistent damage with that attack that she's using. But it also guarantees that if he's focusing Ares, that I'm in a position to use my SP6 with Jimmy at any point in time. Buddy taking damage is not the end of the world. He has the highest HP total. And the reason for that is because there is a catch-up mechanic that exists in this game. And I haven't explained that yet, so I'll explain it now. But what happens is, obviously you've seen between episodes that your characters will leave your group, leave your party. When that happens, the game forces it, and nothing you can do about it. So the game, it figures that you would take encounters in that amount of time that party member is not with you. So to make up for that, when you do receive that party member back, the game gives them a certain amount of levels based on what it figures the EXP you would have accrued while they were not with you would be. But as a result, because we don't take any of the because we don't take any of the encounters in the game, we are able to really utilize the fact that like people like Buddy or people like Virgil and things like that are super high level comparatively, because the game leveled them up to a point where it was where they were significantly higher. I think Buddy ends like 15 levels higher than everybody else, and Virgil is even higher still. Pretty much there's a direct correlation between, like, if the less they are in your party, the higher level they are going to be by the end of the run. This is going decent so far. I haven't used too many items. That's hopefully it doesn't attack me a second time. Cool. We can't really afford to miss attacks too much in this fight because he will heal himself a bunch. But it is obviously ideal to not be dead, as I've proven a couple times to make that not too much of a priority to myself, but it is what it is. And this fight is long and meticulous, but if Buddy would roll higher than an 8, we would be in pretty good shape. But that's really the character right there. I feel like he'll come through super hard when it matters the most, and That's all you can really count on. Really, all you can hope for. Yeah, he is getting some pretty trashy rolls, no doubt. And Ares is actually doing a lot of consistent damage here, so. Oh, there we go. So that's the stuff. That's the stuff you want to see. So we've covered the whole spectrum in this fight. We've done 0 damage, and now we've done almost 200. So you're pretty much at the will of the buddy at any given time, especially in some of these longer, more drawn-out fights. Dying saved me 15 minutes. Oh, at least. It might have saved me for more than that. But we'll be back on pace now, which is good. New run strat. Yeah, I call this the dragon skip, where you literally just load a file that's past it. It's really effective. Nice. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Come on, buddy. My man, doing work. I don't think anybody can be one-shotted from higher than 75 HP. Classic heals. Not good enough. I'm gonna have to do some shopping after this, though, just to make sure that all my items and stuff are situated. Oh, you can't be heard anymore. Yeah, dude, you know, that's my freaking desktop audio thing. Come on, buddy, before he heals himself again. 3! It's not good enough. It's the middle of the night. People will forgive me. Alright, that's better. Come on! This is not uncommon for this fight. As painful as it is to watch. Sometimes he just does this. Sometimes he spams AoEs the whole time and you're just stuck healing and doing what little damage you can, but today he's being extra feisty, which is why we really got to count on Buddy to do the most, but seems to be failing me just a tad. We want to see these buffs and these single target attacks on Ares are really amazing when they happen. Come on, buddy. Oh, there we go. There we go. The madman. The absolute mad lad. I can't even tell anything's wrong at this point. Well, now it's not wrong. Actually, so funny enough, we are now on we're almost dead even with my PV. So it's not too bad. Not too bad. I just gotta go and do some shopping, just to make sure that I have the correct damage items for the bosses that are later in the game. When I shopped previously, oh, is my mouse in? When I shopped previously, oh, the naked chick, that's Miss America. That's the American representation in this game. We missed her just because of where I skipped to. She was in the next couple screens after the fight that I died. But she's the American chick. She's here for like a total of 5 or 6 screens, and that's it. And we don't even. That's every American is half naked with cowboy boots and a cowboy hat. I don't know if you guys know that, but being American can confirm. But all right, cool. Now we are in better shape than we were. So I should have more money than I had as well. So we'll go check that out here in a second. But as you can see, I mean, even things like the clock moving in the background and whatnot, it's just the graphics and the stuff in this game are really, really incredible. And even like Buddy drawing on the ground over here, like all of it was done really, really well. So it's a shame that the game didn't receive, you know, anything that would have, you know, earned more viewers and more players of the game. Just because of, you know, it being in Japanese. But even in Japan, you know, which is obviously in Japanese, it didn't do crazy well. It kind of received, you know, it's kind of obscure even over there. And here we go, they're like, here's $10,000, children. You can just have 10 grand. Which is dope. Go to the item shop first. True mirrors. Let me find out which ones these are. They are 10. It's these. Need 11 of these bad boys. No, I think we actually need 21. These are for Mana Ray. Those are Mana Ray's damage item. And then the attack ups. We get a lot more money later on, and we buy a lot more, you know, healing items and whatnot. 2,000. And 1,500. Wait, did I already have both of those? Son of a bitch. Lols. Alright, cool. So we must have already have, yep, we do. Okay, brilliant. So now we just go to the item shop or like the bar. So all of like the regenerative items and stuff, healing items, the AoE heals, all that kind of stuff, they are all just random foods and drinks and biscuits and stuff. So that's kind of neat that that's how that shakes out. You can probably afford 11 of those. 5 of the... And then we want the rest of the money on our 100. That's probably the best. Brilliant. And we are ready to rock. Let me make sure that after Fancy Pants, we're good to go. Now we just gotta go find Virgil in the greenhouse. He is as lethargic as ever, and as depressed as ever. Sad boy. But we get to hear Virgil's amazing theme, which is one of the greatest pieces of video game music there is. So every time I get a chance to listen to it, come on, man. I'm pretty happy about it. Now this episode is actually super quick. Basically, Virgil puts you into a drug-induced haze. At least that's what it seems like. You come out of this greenhouse, and all of a sudden you can't figure out where you are. So pretty. I think we knew what happened there. But you'll notice here that all the screens are actually different. So each screen is going to lead us to a different area than it usually does in London. But fortunately, if you move the correct way, you'll always end up in the right place. Oh. And actually, it's worth mentioning that after this takes place, we will now be able to take encounters in the daytime, which we usually haven't been able to do before. And the story's explanation of that is just that it's, you know, the Man of Schemes, you know, as he grows more powerful and whatnot, the area becomes more dangerous. So that's where we're at with that right now. And these are the two ghosts we saw previously. To explain their story, what happened was these spirits, and as Virgil is leading us to believe, is that these spirits they actually, Man of Steam came through where they were from once upon a time. And when he did, that's what Virgil tells us right here, kind of. When he did, he, you know, basically annihilated everybody. He made these war machines out of the steam power that these cities were allowing him to basically put anywhere he wanted. And as a result, these ghosts are now these spirits who have an attachment to the world, and their goal in the game is to basically tell you, you know, we've seen this before, we've lived through it, and we're here to give you our advice on like the best way to stop it and like what you can do to stop it before it gets too late, to learn from our mistakes, that kind of thing. So it's the supernatural element in this game is still one that I haven't translated in its entirety. So Virgil still is like the character I know the least about, but his character has just so much plot depth because of how significant he is to the storyline at the end that it's really hard to with my broken English translator be able to understand it all. But I'll kind of dive more into his story as he plays a more important part in the role a little bit later on. So here we have Buddy, just doing Buddy things. He fights dogs for bread. There's a couple of times where we find him and he's sleeping, and the dogs are just like gnawing on him while he sleeps. It's really his character in this game, like it was definitely meant to be like the slapstick Three Stooges style of funny, but like in this day and age, it's a little gruesome. Just him jumping off of buildings and splatting on the ground and stuff. I'm like, I don't know if you'd get away with that these days. Cool. So we are back on track. Everything is rocking. This is the Spectre. He's admiring the new museum, and basically he tells you that, you know, just to fill in a little bit more of what the Man of Steam is going on and what he's noticing and what his team is noticing. And Everett has also agreed, for the most part, to pretty much just, to pretty much just let, you know, bygones be bygones, and we'll, you know, once we deal with this common evil that we both have, we can return to our, you know, cop and thief ways of the past. So right now, Spectre is kind of like an anti-hero, which plays a small part in his, in the donation incentive for fighting Spectre a little bit later on in the game, so definitely take part in that if you want to see it. It's cool. It's quick, but it's very cool. Buddy's just sitting around fighting dogs, following with style. Yeah, he is a legend, no doubt. I really wish I had a cool Buddy emote. I need to get the sprites from this game and do that one day, because he's just such a cool freaking character, man. And everybody in my channel and chat loves him. We can do a Bless RNG style Buddy emote. I think that would be pretty neat. He rejoins us now that we have left the police behind. Yeah, Drippy. He is like Drippy, except like the complete opposite, right? Like he's like a little mascot for the game. Except Buddy makes you happy, whereas Drippy makes you very sad. Oh, come on. Hopefully Buddy has a Welsh accent. I doubt it. He's 3, so who knows? But this is probably everybody's favorite boss in the game as far as I know. It's definitely mine. And we are about to see it in all its glory. The moment you guys have probably been waiting for. If you're familiar with the game, you already know what I'm talking about. We got to do a couple of story triggers real fast, but after that we get to see the man, the myth, the legend, the Manta Ray. I need to go to... No, I think I need to go to Spectre first. It's the absurdity of it, just like most of his character. That would be funny, right? If he sounded like a 50-year-old man. Why weren't all games voice acted, right? It would have made the world such a much better place. Alright, cool. So now here we actually get to see the humanity behind Spectre a little bit. While he is this legendary, fabled thief villain, he has his little granddaughter that he raises, and he lives a normal person's life outside of, what people know of him. And he basically says, hey, you need to go talk to the people at W&G Enterprises. Now, the creators of this game were huge fans of Wayne's World, it turns out, because the W&G Enterprises is actually Wayne and Garth Enterprises. I kid you not, that's for real. Doesn't need to be voice. That's true. The voice I hear when in my own thoughts is definitely not true. Far from it, in fact. So now we are at Wayne and Garth Enterprises, a really, really nice building. It's pretty neat. Right after this, we have to fight the Manta. He is a legendary boss with legendary music and legendary style. They turn their audio up to 11. So that receptionist has so much to say. I have no idea why. It's quite annoying. But, here we go, talking to the big man himself. This is the CEO of this company. We basically go ask him what he knows. We hear that he's had a part in funding the whole steam engine setup. So, we're asking him to help us out, tell us if he knows anything. And he actually acts like he doesn't. He says, no, blah, blah, blah. I don't know anything about, any kind of ulterior motive or whatever. And he turns his back to you as he lies, so he doesn't have to look children in the face as he tells them lies. But right as we're about to leave, we catch Fancy Pants and a mysterious partner of his leaving the building, so busted. And that's one thing that's pretty funny about this game is, like, for being these detectives, right? For being these detectives, it's like none of the work you actually do in this game is like any kind of detective work. You just walk into a room and bad guys are there and you just follow them, and it's like, you guys are such great detectives. Alright, here it is, ladies and gentlemen. The absolute legend. The absolute legend. Alright, let's see. Oh, come on. What? It's time. No, this fight is actually quite simple. We just use these items. He doesn't really push out a ton of damage, and the reason for that is that he uses an ability that drains your mana, which made this fight very, very difficult before we discovered the damage items. Because, like, if it would drain Jimmy's SP, like, our only method of doing real consistent damage was just hoping Buddy rolled high and attacking with Ares, and using Jimmy as, like, the heal machine in this fight, but it was slow. It was slow. We were doing 60 damage a turn, maybe, and now we're obviously doing a pretty significant amount. Yeah, I don't know. He just never stops thrusting, man. He just thrusts away the entire time. And that's the, I believe that's the SP drain move right there. No, yeah, it is. Cool. So anytime we see that, it's basically a free turn because we don't actually care about SP in this fight anymore, which is super nice. It's a little unfortunate because you don't get to see more of Mana Ray in all its glory. Everyone's favorite, scantily clad, hip-thrusting villain. Buddy fortunately has the HP to withstand things like that, so we'll just keep pushing damage. We did miss with 3 different items, so we should have more than enough, but if not, I can always just finish him off with a good couple Buddy rolls. He's a grown man doing that with children. That is true. That is true. It's a little concerning. Yeah, he just shows up, and it's like, bah! And he spins around and starts hip thrusting. And these kids are just like, alright. Yeah, it blows my mind that nobody is alarmed by this strange man thrusting his hips in front of these children. And I wish we could listen to his music for longer than we do. I really like his little. It's kind of, you know, more upbeat and interesting. Now we return back to the museum to speak with the professor. And the professor is actually, Everett has a very, very strong crush on the professor. But turns out that she is also in on some less than noble things. And look, we found Virgil. He just happened to be here, thankfully. Which is good because we're going to need him. This next fight is called Snapdragon. And when I initially routed the game, it was insane. It was way too hard. Like, there was like a 10% chance we actually won the fight. Even with the Virgil. And when we did, it took forever. But now it's a little bit more reasonable. So before I go over here, I'm going to make sure that everybody has high enough SP. Actually, we won't need SP on anybody besides Virgil. Top her off. Perfect. And we'll begin the Snapdragon. So this is what happens when anime invades London. Let's hope, right? Let's hope. Could be worse. So now we just use... Oh my, I have to make some adjustments to the route here in a second. We need to use these plant killers, which is just like an insect or a herbicide. Weed killer, basically. Ah man, I should have not done that with Virgil, but okay. Similar to the other boss fights, we just use these extremely broken, extremely cost-effective damage items. This attack actually does a considerable amount of damage. I'm gonna play it safe just to be 100% marathon safe. You gotta kind of watch out for those. Sometimes we heal twice a turn with both Jimmy and Ares. You try not to, because obviously you're missing out on damage and it taking longer and whatnot, but he can do a ton of damage, and it really varies. Like, his damage rolls can be quite severe. And we use Virgil's newest summon, which does a lot more damage. Actually, this summon is the best one in the game, even though we get a better one later on, like a more expensive, newer one later on. That one will always do the most damage for some reason. We will throw this on him, just to be safe. And that's a no-slouch ability as well. But we have these AoE healing items, which are incredibly powerful. Those were also not in the initial route of the game. So you can see just how sizable a difference they contribute to the run. Cool. From here on out, we just hope for really good damage rolls, and we play really cautiously when we need to. Virgil might need topped off on his mana, but it's probably the worst of the fight from this point forward. Now that we've got a good attack rotation, the issue is you never want to have to heal with Virgil because you're missing out on a ton of damage all at once. But there are times when sometimes you just have to concede that, especially like on the final boss in the game. Item here. And I don't know why this is such a difficult fight, considering how easy, Manta Ray and Fancy. I would consider this fight harder than Fancy Pants, which is supposed to be like, like one of the bosses in the game, or what have you. I'm gonna actually have to heal a second time with Jimmy. I think he can get sniped. I think he can take 168. Maybe not. Anime might take over the world one day. You never know, dude. It's already starting to become a more commonplace thing, I've noticed. There was once upon a time where people called me a loser. Now look at me. Playing Japanese video games at 4 a.m. Who's the loser now, Mom? Right, guys? Weird bird, man. Yeah, the thing is, you'll see it a lot. We only have enough mana for this one, unfortunately. Kind of got unlucky with those turns, but it is what it is. Throw an SP80 on Virgil, just to be safe. Okay. That's actually kind of favorable. It wastes a turn, and we can outdamage that with just one item. And that means Virgil gets a free unresisted turn as well, so. So it is crazy though that this is such a part of this functionality exists in the game at all. The fact that these damage items exist, and one thing that's worth mentioning is like before most of these fights, you'll pick up like before Manta Ray, before this, there's an item on the ground right outside where you start the fight that is their weakness, right? So it basically is telling you like, here, use this. Here's this tool. But that is Snapdragon, and that went pretty well, all things considered. You get to hear this good music as well. Now, I don't know that lady's story 100%, but from my understanding of it, from the stuff I've loosely translated around Snapdragon when I was routing it, is that she was one of the spirits that was affected by the Man of Steam overrunning their town initially. And the Snapdragon was her attempt at shutting down the museum and getting people away, because the spirits know that the Man of Steam is doing bad things there. That's what if that's incorrect, I'll know here in a couple days as I translate more of the game piece by piece. I hope to have the whole route translated before too long. So. We're gonna have to make a small detour just to the shop really quick. And these people that you're seeing, well, you'll see them at the end of the game as well. They're basically like, they work with the government, and they're coming to Everett for help on this case, which just so happens to be the same case you're already dealing with. But now the government is starting to realize that maybe there is some there's some shadier stuff going on than was previously alluded to. I guess I want to do this first. So very, very important, and I'm glad I noticed it when I did. I think these are robot killers. Oh yikes! I had to go shop first, or go to the bank. I'm gonna double check my notes really quick. So I guess this save file didn't have robot killers. Now, Fancy Pants 2 at the very end of the game is ridiculously difficult without robot killers. So we're gonna make sure we grab those to save ourselves a little bit of trouble. We see Buddy right here running around all crazy. So you can actually skip that scene with Buddy by just immediately going to the left, in which case you'll see him. The second scene is him running on the next screen, but you can actually force that screen to happen earlier. So that's one interesting thing. Yeah, let me scroll up on my notes really fast. Want to make sure we're absolutely buying the correct item or it will cost us big. Okay, that's what I thought. $51 should be more than enough. So now we just wait for this scene with Buddy again. If you actually, so you have to come stand right next to this dog. That's the fastest spot you can get the scene. And if you over mash right there, you'll actually talk to that dog and have to fight it. It's really odd in the way it happens. But you need to see at least see that second Buddy scene in order to be able to progress the rest of the story. Oh, you know what? I don't think I have snake killers either. Let me go double check. Now that I have the excess money to do so, I might as well grab some spare. Let me make sure that's not a slug killer at a spot. And we are golden, pony boy. Yep, snake killer, perfect. Excellent. Everything should be right as rain from this point forward as far as the route is concerned. Some of these route adjustments were relatively recent, so not all of the data translates the same way. Oh, wrong way. And it's sad that this is actually the only spot you're ever going to see Chinatown in the run. considering that it is such a well-designed area and a lot of work went into it. We only really come here for the run once. Now, there's like 4 or 5 different interesting and kind of long side quests that take place here that you can get a lot of money from. But you know, obviously in the route, it's not ideal. But like I said earlier, all of this custom little shops and whatnot sell different items than any other shop in the game. And some of them are really, really good. But they are like exceptionally expensive, so we can't really afford them. Otherwise, I would find a way to route them in if it could actually save enough time to do so. But and so that was the Man of Steam, that huge, giant, metal-looking guy. The only time you see him besides then is later in the game and the very, very first scene of the game. Otherwise, it's just his team of compadres. Okay, I gotta pay close attention to this one because this is a hard maze to navigate. Right. Yeah. I can still hear you, and it freaks me out because I forget about it. Yeah, that's by all means. Okay, wait a second. Hopefully we go the right way. No, we're not. So I'm gonna go back to that first statue. I don't know how I managed to screw that up. I'm literally reading the notes. But this is definitely the hardest place to navigate in the entire game, in my opinion. It's just... I think I know what I did. Cool. So we just have to hope here that we don't take a bunch of encounters. I mean, they don't really run any kind of risk of anything. They're just slow. Okay, stairs. Down to the room. Nice, we're gonna get super lost. But I think I got it figured out. Anytime you see stairs is always a good thing though, so I'm not too concerned. This is basically Parasite Eve Chrysler Building Simulator. Looks the exact same. So many encounters. And these, it's this little character models that you're seeing now in these encounters, they become pretty common. There's a boss fight later on in the game where they make you fight enemies that look like that as well, and it doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me that that they wouldn't use for, especially that boss fight that I'm talking about, that they wouldn't use something a little bit more advanced design-wise or like make it a little bit more creative, because basically it's a significant fight that you're basically just fighting the same old stuff you always do. Oh. Ah, okay, wrong statues then. So usually what you can do is you can base the statues, so you can base where you're at exactly in the maze based on like what kind of statues you see around you. There's actually a couple instances where you will see those snakes. One is right before the Hydra fight, which means you're almost there, and one is obviously the wrong direction. Yeah, I can absolutely manage myself for a while, man. You will definitely be more than okay. Go ahead and do what you need to do. I will be here doing London. Saving London, you know how it is. Should be in pretty good shape now. Guess it's time to go crazy in here then. I am starting to lose my mind a little bit. It's frustrating me. We've almost sorted it though, so it's not a big deal. I actually might have found a faster way to, now that I'm paying attention to these screens a little bit more. Corridor simulators, yeah, it happens, but it's no worries. We will be sorted. I mean, I could always just skip to Hydra if I needed to. But I want to sort this out. Fortunately, the fight after this is very easy, so it's not too much of a concern. We're not actually losing any time because of how much we saved previously, so we should be in good shape. Alrighty. So, yeah, it looks like we found it. Hail Hydra. We got there, it was just a little messy. Oh, that's why. Well, I must have bought like one of everything. Oh no, I did! I bought the wrong items! Okay, we're in trouble now. Not really, but we just have to play a little bit differently. I swore I looked, but maybe I bought one. Let me double check. These would be... Okay, that's what I thought. So yeah, I bought the wrong insecticide. That's okay though. This find is not difficult. And it's really, really short, even with without the correct items, because of how strong Virgil is. We do have to watch out, though, however, because the Hydra does have the ability to double attack, like get 2 turns off. And when that happens, if they're both on Virgil, it can kind of put us in a rough spot. So I'm going to heal a couple different times just for safety's sake. But right after this, we're closing in on the end of the game, and we end up with like more money than we'll ever need. So it's okay to be a little bit generous on your curative items up to this point. Realistically, you only need to. Yeah, it's funny, man. This is after all the practice I did, this is definitely going awry. But you know, it is what it is. It happens. Yeah, it's a shame. I mean, they definitely like did really great with their level design inside of London and how creative and interesting and unique those screens are that you see. But yeah, at the same time, it's almost like there's like Chinatown, for instance. The dungeons, for instance, there are areas that are like underutilized and like under-designed. In which case, they definitely could have afforded to go a little bit more hard, pretty them up a little bit, things like that, but it is what it is. It's still a very, very visually striking game. Just could have, it could have just pushed it just a little bit over. Like it could have been just a little bit better in that regard and really sealed the deal, but even still probably wouldn't have gotten released in America. I think that it was just too small of a development company. But like you can see here, when all else fails, as long as you have Virgil alive and somebody to throw items on him, you should really never be in any trouble. You might lose a little bit of time, but despite what I've shown you guys here today, almost every run will always finish. These fights do get a little bit, as far as like the speed run is concerned, for you know, developing interest in the speed run. These fights do get a little repetitive, especially with the damage items or whatever. There's not a whole lot of variation between them. I think the fights with Buddy and like the Fancy Pants 1 and 2, I think those are quite a bit more interesting, especially as far as like the challenge and like testing, you know, what you can pull out of it. And there you go. That is Hydra. That is the backup Hydra. Cool. Just want to make sure that I'm all squared away. So we should be right over the 3-hour mark. That's fine. We don't have anything to do in the next episode except for some slight testing on. Or some slight shopping, I'm sorry. And once again, the amazing Virgil's theme. Now Virgil, if you do play this game casually, I invite you to use all of Virgil's magic. He has tons of different attacks and abilities. He has party heals, he has single target attacks and debuffs. Like his character is so, what's the word I'm looking for? It's so, like it has a lot of stuff that it can do and do very, very well. And it's really, really fun to play around with that and try fights different ways. Unfortunately, the fastest and the most effective way are a little bit different, so you don't get to see as much variation and all the cool stuff that Virgil can do. But No, he does have so much interesting stuff that he does. Sometimes I just kick up the game and do the final boss, and I just throw random crap at it, and you know, who knows, maybe one day you find something that works better than you expected. So this day, episode 17, is basically the shopping day. We have to talk to Everett really quick, but outside of that, we go to the bank, and then we go do like some story progression and load up on items and just load into the final day, where we have to deal with Fancy Pants 2 and the Man of Steam, which are the two final fights. Oh, I believe we did meet the incentive for Spectre, so we will do that as well. Music needs more level. I will check that out here in a second. So we get 20,000 from that bank lady. Then we come over here to the bounty shop, where we have bounty points accrued as well as money. Now, every time you kill an enemy in the game, you get based on that enemy. Like, some enemies are worth more than others. You get some bounty points and money from this guy in here. And because we only kill bosses, that's pretty much where all of ours came from. Cool, 20 grand. Now we need to buy the arm cannon. There we go. Make sure I got it. Yep, there it is. An absolutely massive weapon for Jimmy here. It's crazy good. It does like, so basically what you saw is some weapons upgrade, you know, it'll show you of the 3 attacks he has at his disposal. Rich kids, yeah, exactly. Of the 3 attacks he has at his disposal, it'll show you like which it's modifying each weapon. And the second attack on Jimmy is what we want to focus on, because that's the modifier for the SP6, which is the large catapult that I use. That one is definitely his best move by far. And pretty much the whole game we just funnel stats onto that. Now for Ares, we do her first weapon, which is the modifier for her 3rd attack. And for Buddy here, we do his second weapon, which is the modifier for his Wonder Shot. But yeah, these, I think I counted it all up. At the end of the game, you have over like 100 grand that they just give these children. But now, we basically, to catch you up on the story, the Man of Steam is starting to put his plans in action, and the railways are having issues, and the government believes that his attack will be staged through the railroads, that he will be transporting his weapons. But as we saw in the graveyard earlier, they had already started to move them out and hide them, you know, in the graveyard. So we're just going basically to tell the conductors what we've been told to relay to them. And but as we get to the second conductor, you'll be able to see that like the town will change a little bit. And that's because he started to like put his robots all over the place, and everybody's like, what are these giant things covered by a sheet? And nobody bothers to look. Nobody's alarmed whatsoever. So we have to tag all 3, and there you go right there. You have to tag all 3 of the railways that exist in the game. One is in the graveyard, one is in Chinatown, and then there's the main one in downtown London. Fortunately, it's not too difficult, and this day is mostly just running this episode, rather. And you'll know you've completed it or done what you needed to do based on whether or not you get the text prompt from Ares. There have been times when that saved me because like I don't get the prompt and I'm like, oh man, it's just one extra text box I missed. Before I run all the way back to the opposite side of the town. Because what they did is they literally put the railroad stations on the far ends of each town. So of each side of town. So it's pretty much the furthest possible spots away from each other. So it is a little annoying when you miss one. Or you don't mash the text all the way through. Ah. So now, we talk to the final conductor, and we're good to go. And then we go finish up our shopping and it'll be really the rest of the shopping we do for the remainder of the game. We don't do any more. I'm gonna go to the weapon shop first because we do have items to sell, and that's the only place you can do it is at the weapon shop for some reason. There are certain items in the game that you can pick up that are for sale only. Like, that's all they exist to do. They're like the can be sold for money items you would find in, like, you know, other open world style of games and things like that. But as you can see, the encounter rate goes up now that all this crap is all over the place. All these robots are in position to attack. Fortunately, these next two screens can't take fights on. I don't believe. Perfect. What do you call a terror attack by a person who helped create honey? A biological warfare. Wow. That's creative, man. Yeah, these fights are pretty ugly, but it's okay. We're actually ahead of my currents. Of like, you know, we've saved time on the split, it looks like, so. So we go in here, and we purchase some armor. With all the insane amounts of money we have. And then 2 of the $7,000 Steam codes. I'm gonna leave it at that actually. Okay, cool. We're fine. Now we need to buy a bunch of restorative items just to, these will be the final items we buy for the remainder of the game, so. 200 HP. We always want to have 50 plus of those final healing items. Oops. First. Because they are just so good. The final boss fight, we pretty much just use those a ton, as well as the SP80s. Fancy Pants 2, we use them a ton as well, just because of how the nature of how that fight goes. Man, these fights are rough. Definitely getting more than I usually do, but the fact that you can run away from every fight in this game is incredible, and it's a very, very, very valuable tool, especially in the speedrun sense, just because sometimes you get a lot of fights. It really depends on the RNG seed you open up with. There's one seed in the beginning of the game that has an extra encounter in it, and usually that one has like far fewer encounters to the remainder of the game. Whereas if you don't get the first encounter on the first screen of the game, you usually end up with way more random encounters as a result of the rest of the game. I mean, that's not conclusive, it's just something I've noticed. And we have Young Ghost for one final time, stopping in. She basically gives us another item that we can sell. It's worth 5,000, but it's not worth selling at this point. Like, we don't really care. Who is the blonde guy in the red suit? Okay, I'll re-explain that real quick. His name is Everett. So basically the general synopsis of the story as a whole, to catch anybody up who might be new or just checking this out, is that you start off, your main character, the guy with the hat, you start off with as an orphan, dude with the man purse. Spectre? No, I have not fought Spectre yet. That will happen after the next Fancy Pants fight. No, before the next Fancy Pants fight. So in about 10 minutes. But, so what happens is you start out as an orphan. You open the game up, some guy gives you a piece of bread, and some thug comes to steal it from you, and you beat him up. Well, Everett, he comes and he sees that happen, and he says, you know what, I like your energy, and let me, you know, I saw the drive, or I can't remember the exact wording. He says, but I'll adopt you because I was impressed. And Everett happens to be the most successful detective to ever live, basically the Sherlock Holmes of this area. And here are the robots. This is actually just a cutscene, thankfully, but so Everett, this legendary detective, very, very highly known and highly regarded, adopts you and says, listen, you know, as my understudy now, you're going to do detective work for me. You're going to do some little things here and there, solve some mysteries, and initially you're like, you know, helping people find their missing cats, or finding some person's lost kid or whatever. But eventually you get to this point where you start to unravel this supernatural and sinister element, especially with the help of the Spectre. Now, the Spectre and Young Ghost are a team of thieves, like really, really legendary. People fear them when they see them. They're a really big deal, and they've pretty much been Everett, the blonde guy in the red suits, nemesis. And it's always been a game of cat and mouse over the years, and who can catch who and who can stop who kind of thing. But in this game, in the beginning, Spectre and Young Ghost, they come to you and they say, you know, listen, let's put our differences aside and work to defeat this common evil that we have that's a much greater threat to all of us than we are to each other. And that's these people right here, the Man of Steam and Fancy Pants. How could you fear Young Ghost? I don't know, man. I don't know. She is a cutie. Alrighty. So now we will do the battle with Spectre. We just gotta run to the museum first. Did we meet the incentive on that, by the way, Piku? Sorry, my Discord is kind of quiet. You might have to talk it into into the chat. Yeah, I call him Fancy Pants. His real name is something Japanese and not as cool. Nice, we didn't get the encounter there. Gonna fight Spectre, alright. So we'll do that right here. So, we go up this elevator that I'm about to go up, and the Spectre shows up, and he blocks our path. And it's this big aha moment of like, okay, so like right at the end, you're gonna betray us after we've been working together. And he says, listen, you know, I can't let you progress any further. They kidnapped my granddaughter, and I need you to save her. And, Fancy Pantsu, yeah. And if you say no, he says, alright, fight me then. And he literally one-shots the crap out of you. So this is an extra bonus fight. You cannot win. So I just run away. And there it is. That is the Spectre fight. You'll never see it unless you have no other options to ever do that fight again if you don't choose no right there. So a lot of people never see it. It's also the only time you'll ever see Spectre's battle animations. So it's a really, really neat thing. Yeah, he only did 820. Yeah, I saw a guy that did a like a Game Shark cheat to have infinite like 999 HP, and the Spectre still killed him in like 4 turns. He's an absolute monster. Which raises the question, why don't you just go get your own freaking granddaughter, bro? Like, you're obviously more well-equipped to deal with this than we are. But that is the legendary might of the Spectre. And throughout the game, they kind of build him up to be, you know, a god. This kind of fearsome terror of a being that he is. And he is a legend, man. He is legendary. Yeah, exactly. Wizard stuff. Yeah, I'm like, why don't you go get her, dude? You just did 900 damage to me. I feel like you could go save her very easily. How did she get stolen in the first place? He's not a kid fighting evil, exactly. It's got to be topical and it's got to be heroish. So right here we're going. Oops, I screwed that up. Right here we're going to use a few robot killers. We actually need 36 robot killers left over after this fight, so we'll only use 4 or 5. Because you can miss. Here we go. Come on, buddy. Come on, buddy. Bring it home. Alright, there you go. That's good enough. You can miss with damage items. It happens quite frequently, actually. And when that happens, you don't... Oh no. I bought the wrong items. Feels bad. That's okay. At the end of the game, you can actually go shop some more. Those are just full HP cures. How did I do that? I literally looked right at them. I'm skeptical. Whatever. That's what we do. Yeah, because he's not a, because Spectre isn't the main character, he's only capable of beating the crap out of you, apparently, and not anyone else. Which is a shame. But thank you guys so much for donating for it. It is something we no longer do in the speedrun because it's not necessary, obviously. So it's something I haven't seen in a long time, and like I said, the Spectre that's the only time you'll ever get to see him in his battle animations and stuff like that. Yeah, it's a girl, and yeah, she charms people, and it's really annoying. And and her charm animation kind of looks like she's trying to flash you, which I always found to be, oh my god, buddy is slapping, bro. I always found to be kind of funny. Yeah, I agree, I agree. So here we are, having rescued Spectre's kid, or Spectre's grandkid, sorry. And he's very happy to see her. Everything is excellent, terrific, wonderful. And now we just run to Fancy Pants 2, which will be an interesting fight. Fancy Pants 2 is quite difficult, just because, and it's not even him, it's just he has this this chick that accompanies him, that is, she's annoying. You have to throw robot killers at her like crazy. And as you can see, you can like run up ladders at like demon speed. We are getting a sizable amount of encounters, unfortunately. But yeah, that's I didn't want to mention it because I didn't want to jinx it, but yeah, you can soft lock on some of these screens if you run away from encounters too quickly or just get unlucky. Fortunately, I have save states for days, specifically for marathon purposes, so we should be more than okay. And the reason I think that it does that is if you flee really quickly before the screen loads, there's like a text box that sometimes comes up after fights that you run away from, and sometimes it doesn't. I don't know why. All it says is like you got away, and even though you still run, sometimes the text box doesn't appear. So I'm thinking that there's some kind of issue with that. There it is right there. But it is I lost a run there before. Need that ladder tech. Oh dude, I know. Could you imagine? Could you imagine if she ran at this speed? That would be nuts. I don't know how this is going to go with these different healing items, but we'll find out, I guess. I'm really perplexed as to how I purchased those, considering I know what I was looking at, but I've been wrong before. These actually might be better, now that I think about it, but we'll see. So this is Fancy Pants 2. It is a heck of a fight, quite long. I think only the Mana Steam fight is probably longer. And like I said earlier, it's not even that Fancy Pants is difficult. It's just this chick with him does a ton of AoE damage, and it's really, really hard to like stay on top of being healthy and using damage items to kill her. So once you get rid of her, though, the fight gets considerably easier. Okay, what do we want to do here? I guess we'll just start using damage items off the bat. We can do the attack bus a little bit later on. But as you can see, it only does 107 damage to her. So we have to use like 30 of them. And then just hope that we don't get AoE'd and rocket launched a ton. That's actually like the best possible turn. Or it was. Until he went twice. We'll just have to make sure that we play a little bit more intelligently. Which I've been doing very well so far, obviously. Oh, yikes. So funny enough, Jimmy, your main character, is by far your weakest as far as defensive traits go. And the music is pretty hype. So now they're both going to get 2 turns, I think, so you gotta watch out for what's going to happen here. You never want to see that. The rocket launcher does a ton of damage. Bummer. We want to just get rid of her as quickly as possible. Maybe I should heal here, but if Jimmy gets a turn, I'll just heal with him. Oh god, I definitely should have held there then. And you have to keep Buddy alive. I mean, realistically, as long as you get Buddy to post to where it's just Fancy Pants, you can win the fight with him just by himself, especially with the attack boost that I have. We always want pretty much any damage we can ever get to be on Ares, just because her defensive stats are super, super high. I'll just play safe. If only we had Thunderbird. Yeah, I know, exactly, right? If we had, if we had access to Virgil in this fight, oh my goodness, it would be crazy. It would be crazy. Virgil is so good. But we do have Virgil for the final fight in the game, thank goodness. Otherwise, I don't know how we would have done it. So it all pans out in the end. Also, Virgil's character is just really cool. Oh, that's good. I don't think we've seen a ton of misses, which is good because I mean, you realistically have limited supplies, and fighting her with just like regular attacks is kind of a struggle. Hey Curtis, what is going on, my friend? How are you doing today? Yeah, I've done a bad job of it today, Curtis. I've done a very poor job, but it is the first marathon for this game. Some unexpected consequences came around, and but we're gonna finish it out. Gonna bring it home. Is there a gif of Buddy's battle stance? There really needs, you know, a lot of people say that they really, really like his battle animation. Like he looks like a drunk Irishman that's like trying to start a bar fight. I'm sure I could make a decently high quality one if people were interested. Alright, rocket launcher, that's bad. So we need to prioritize Buddy always. We're getting close to having her dead though, so shouldn't be much longer. That's exactly what it seems like. He looks like that friend that gets drunk and wants to fight people, and all his friends are like, "Come on, man, can we go?" Sorry for him. That's actually fine. But he is legendary in what he does. Best character in the game, bar none. And we're about to see him start doing some real work as soon as we get rid of this old girl. Man, that's perfect. We can work with that. This backup strat has gone fairly well so far, so I'm pleased with it. Grown adults fighting kids, exactly. Super moves and rockets. Yeah, there's no, it's a no-sum game for Fancy Pants and an old metal chick here. They're either, you know, vicious adults who beat up on children, or they got beat up by children. Why is Buddy so gangsta? Besides from what he looks like, he has the potential to put out just stupid damage. Yes. Oh, dude, I agree. I actually play a handful of JP-only JRPGs, and some of them are like, I consider this one to be just truly amazing. Like, it deserves a translation more than a lot of RPGs that I've played. Yeah, exactly. I say the same thing. There's tons of really generic, crappy ones I've played that were just like so-so. So, I mean, there's absolutely no excuse for some of these gems to just have never been shown any kind of attention. That's so lame. Oh, man, I would kill. Like, I've actually told people I would pay money for them to, if the fan translation came about. Hey, we did it! Alright, excellent. So now it's go time. So now what we do is we put these crazy attack buffs on Buddy and Jimmy, and we just start praying to the Buddy RNG gods that we can kill Fancy Pants real quick. Here we go. That's all right. That's a decent amount of damage. Oh, I'd play the crap out of it, if it did receive its translation. So we're in a bad spot right here. We're gonna have to wait for Fancy Pants to move before I can attack with Jimmy. But Buddy can attack no matter what the positioning is. Oh boy, 333. He's slapping. Buddy's done like a collective 500 damage already. And we pretty much just use Ares as a heal machine at this point. 120, man. Yeah, it does look like that. But you know what's funny is the The attack is actually called I'm hungry or eat or something like that. So I don't know where the animation and the name actually... Ooh, alright. They actually stem together what the relationship is between those. Ah, I should have used that with the other character. It's okay. Come on, buddy. The attack is called Yeet. I'm sure it could be called a lot of things, to be honest. Come on, buddy. Oh, hit me where it hurts. Oh man, we are behind. Damn, there we go, buddy. 325, that's what we need to see. We're good. Buddy used Yeet, it's super effective. Nice. His animation kind of looks like he's ghostwriting the whip. Never heard that one before, that's a good one. Hey, we did it! Wow, that was actually a pretty clean Fancy Pants too, all things considered. No, man, we still got a minute. We're probably gonna be like right at the estimate. Let me, I'm actually curious. There's a wee bit here of doing stuff you don't need to do. So I could just jump to the Man of Steam fight if we really needed to. What's up? Say it again, Instagram. Yeah, I think I have in the revise. I think I have some in the save file that I have for Man of Steam, but I'll have to double check. I think playing on emulator with these low times has probably set me back. It's probably why I'm losing trickling time in certain spots. Hydro was bad as well. That was where it really killed me. So right here, Everett gives you the best gear in the game. It's called Detective Gear. Simple as it sounds. It is incredibly strong. And you basically, you just go join up with Virgil and Ares, and you go to the final boss, which is a long pathway of the Netherworld. Let me see something real quick. Yeah, I do. Okay. So I'll go ahead and probably get to the Netherworld and then jump to the final boss, just because it's a lot of useless screens. It doesn't actually do anything. Yeah, that's fine, man. I won't need extra time. Let's do that now. Because that fight can take a while, so. OST and final boss. So this is about 5 minutes of running places. You end up in the museum again, in the dream world. Do we have good gear? Let's check. Yep. Got all our stuff. Excellent. So this is what we'll do just for the sake of finishing the game. I would hate to go, I don't want to screw up the scheduling or whatever. Okay. So this fight is quite difficult just because of its length, not really anything else. But this is the final boss. His name is, it's the Artificial Sun. Basically, I mean, they don't really explain it until afterwards, but basically what happens is that the Artificial Sun is created as a result of the Man of Steam. His steam power getting so out of hand that it releases like radiation and such into the air. Nice. Oh my god. Yeah, I prepared this earlier just because it's like impossible to lose. And we do have Virgil. We join Virgil, and Virgil basically says, "Look, I've seen this before. I know how to stop it," and that's what we go and do. And this fight can take a long time if he heals a bunch, like a butt munch. So I for the sake of you guys getting to see, we skipped the 5 minutes of samey dungeons again. Let's hope it's not Virgil's turn here. It is. Cool. And you stop it the radiation and using a lightning bird. Let's not forget that very important part. I don't know what. So Virgil summons to me, they look a lot like, I don't know, like some kind of Greek mythology, or possibly Nordic or Norse or something like that. Like the it looks like some kind of mythological creature. Obviously it's not a real one, but it's interesting to see where they draw that inspiration from. It's a real mythological creature. Yeah, I didn't want people to be like, duh, all mythological creatures are not real. And I'd be like, alright, come on now, guys. I've said some dumb stuff before, I just had to cover my tracks, cover the bases. Oh, okay, wrong item. That's fine. I don't know what better way to stop giant artificial suns than to just shoot them with slingshots. Mario's killed the sun before. Mario's a guy with issues, man. He's got a lot going on. Oh my god, I had so much money. So the reason I have so many items is because if you go to if after you beat Fancy Pants 2, you go to the bank, the rewards you earn are stupid. Like you get like 50 grand or something like that just for that final fight. And it's your last time to shop before this. Funny enough though, the only way to shop is to run to the farthest possible shop on the other side of town. It's the only one that has somebody in it. Otherwise everybody else in town is evacuated. So it's really odd how that worked. Now, after this guy takes a certain amount of damage, he'll start healing himself. Healing himself is good and bad. He doesn't actually do more damage than Virgil. He doesn't heal more than Virgil does, but at the same time, it does, you know, it is a little slow. Yeah, I mean, it just slows down your DPS, obviously. But one thing, one complaint I have is that, like, all the bosses in this game are super incredibly well designed, and they're funny, and they're unique, and they have things about them that make them distinct. And then you get to the very last boss of the game, which especially, you know, all this game has done up until this point with, like, their animation and their art and all that. You're thinking, man, what is this guy gonna look like? And it's just a giant freaking circle. That's it. Yeah, exactly. Oh my god, his lag is so bad. I agree. Like after he does the moves, I'm just sitting here like, come on. But if the final boss, the way it looks, and the dungeons are kind of annoying, are the worst things I can say about a game that I can't even read, then I think it's probably, especially with how much I complain about really just everything in general. The pinnacle of technology. This is the future. It's funny, a game in the 90s was made in Victoria-era London, you know, with that in mind, and the best they came up with was a steam engine. Steam engine natural disasters, like that's amusing. We don't really need the sun. When's the last time any of you guys actually used the sun for anything? Exactly, right? Useless object. All it does is give me high AC bills and skin cancer. So what you're seeing him do, reset, when it says reset, that is an ability that clears all buffs on both himself and us. It also clears him of debuffs. Oops, that was the wrong thing. No. So usually what I do is I use an attack buff on. I throw an attack buff on Virgil, and it'll force him into resets, to wipe that buff, and it basically gives me free turns. At the same time, it boosts a little bit of Virgil's damage. I don't have any currently on me, which is not a big deal. It doesn't change the time a whole lot. It just makes the fight a little bit easier. But we have so many items, it really should not be too much of a deal. I use it to charge my phone when I go for walks. See, that's something that we really need. More phones, less sun. I'm still waiting for the day where I can like throw my phone on my dog and have it charge my phone. That's when humanity will reach its peak. I'm sure there's probably some obscure Kickstarter campaign for something of that sort. How else am I supposed to get my vitamin D? Oh, I actually take supplements. So, if you need a little D, I got something you can take. They're vitamin D supplements. Also, Lampshade, it's good to see you, my dude. It's funny that all my viewers are watching me. They've watched me play this game a ton, and this is by far, like, unequivocally the worst it's ever gone. This has just been crazy, all the stuff that has transpired, but we're gonna finish it out, because that's what you do. Where do you think supplements come from? The sun, obviously. Don't you know that vitamin D supplements, they literally just they go outside and catch sun in a glass, and then that's what they fill the pills with. It's very scientific, the whole ordeal, I promise. There's tech that turns urine into power. Huh. So far, every night of like heavy drinking, all of a sudden I have an excuse for it. What a useless thing to design, right? They're like, what should we make? I know, dude. Sunny D, obviously. Without the sun, we wouldn't have Sunny D. Thank you very much. This has been like the dumbest conversation I've had in a long time. It's awesome. This is greedy, but I should be fine. Oof. That was really greedy. Dodged a bullet there. So we're gonna have to waste Virgil's turn anyways, it's a shame. We want to see resets pretty much as possible at this point, just because they're wasted turns since we actually don't have any buffs for him to remove. He uses it every so often. He uses it more often when you actually have buffs active. Wow. It's a good thing I healed there, though. Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, most people have never seen this game before, man. It was only ever released in Japan. It came out in '99 on the PS1, which is kind of late in the PS1's life cycle. Legend of Dragoon came out, I believe, in that same year, or if not, like a few months later in 2000. So just to give you a kind of a time frame example. But it really is an awesome game, man. The art, and it's got a lot of really good qualities. So. And I actually found out about it from a viewer in my chat. He came in and said this is a game that they wanted to play, and I looked into it and was kind of like taken aback by it. So I had to check it out, and kind of as a chat community, we routed it. So it's kind of a special game in our channel, just because of kind of how much we all put into it to get it to work. Should be rounding it up here pretty soon. Yeah, well, I'm glad to see it, Lampshade. Every time he heals, it just slows down a little bit, but it's okay. See how fast our attacks are? The inputs, the menuing, everything, the animations, and then the artificial sun just takes forever. That's probably ideal. We're getting close on time, so I'm gonna grade it out. If we don't make the time estimate, just you can just feel free to cut me, and we'll. I don't want to hold up any restreamers or anything like that, especially at this hour of the evening. Yeah, time is ticking. I know. Curtis, that's a funny series of emotes, my dude. I like that. Now that he's not healing as much, we should be able to push a decent amount of damage. Hopefully he dies in the next turn or two. Time! That is time. Sorry about the delayed response, but it's an audio cue, so I can't tell until I hear it. Wait, that was actually a really, really good artificial sun fight at the very end, so. Well, underestimate. It only took me removing 30 minutes from the game. Well, no, probably closer to like 16, but still. I don't know how things got away from me so badly, guys, so I do apologize. I guess the crashes and the resets and stuff like that slowed me down, but I apologize for the showing. Oh, were we overestimate? Oh, okay, cool. But anyways, you get another scene where Virgil basically admits that he's been a ghost this whole time, real Sixth Sensey. If you guys want to check out the game, come to my channel. I run it occasionally. And I'll definitely do a better job and explain it there. So I want to say thank you guys so much to everybody who has watched and donated. You guys are incredible. All my regulars who showed up to watch, you guys are amazing. And apologize for going overestimate. Thank you guys so much for having me. No glitches allowed. But I know that you guys are tight on schedule, so feel free to kick me off, my dude, and carry on. Thanks for your assistance.